Chapter 3074. Uncle Lan Shu, I would like to know, how did you know that I'm Senior Jing Yu's successor? Lu Ming asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. He was certain that Lan Shang had seen through his disguise during his battle with Ice Eagle. But how did the other party see through it? Because you cultivate Sovereign God Force. Blue Merchant said with a faint smile. Sovereign God Force? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. There's a trace of Jing Yu's imprint in your Sovereign God Force. Although it's very faint, I've guided Jing Yu's cultivation for many years and know him too well. Therefore, even though there's only a trace of Jing Yu's imprint in your Sovereign God Force, I can still sense it. Other than Jing Yu's successor, who else would have Jing Yu's imprint? Blue Merchant said with a faint smile. Jing Yu's imprint? Lu Ming's mind raced, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Back when he was in the Yellow Springs Mountain, he had studied the Sovereign Dao by looking at Jing Yu's statue. Perhaps that was why his Sovereign God Force had a trace of Jing Yu's imprint. You were able to obtain Jing Yu's inheritance because you came from the Yellow Springs Mountain sealed land, right? How's the Yellow Springs Mountain now? Lan Shang asked with a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Ming immediately explained what had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain. Sai, it's been hard on them. One day they'll see the light of day again. Blue Merchant said. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Uncle Lan Shu, what happened back then? Senior Jing Yu, who did this to you? Lu Ming asked. Blue Merchant shook his head and said, I don't know. What I know is similar to what Jing Yu knows. Back then Jing Yu was framed and fell. His trusted aides were either killed or sealed. As for me, I was stripped of my authority. Due to some reason, I came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Blue Merchant sighed. Many things seemed to have happened back then and he didn't want to talk about it. Then, his tone changed as he said, Prince Jing Yu must have been framed back then. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. I've promised Senior Jing Yu that I'll investigate this matter and help him reverse the verdict. At that time, I'll have to trouble Uncle Lan Shu to help me. Lu Ming said. Of course, I will do my best to help you. However, now is not the time. There is no need to rush this matter. Your current goal is to increase your strength. Your current strength is still too weak in the Taishu Holy Court, Yi Futian said. Lan Shang said. Lu Ming nodded, his head nodded, but he sighed in his heart. His strength had increased very quickly, faster than most people, but he always felt that his cultivation was not enough. By the way, you said you're from the Qintian Star Field. Why did you come to the Starry Camp? Oh, are you going to use the Starry Camp as a springboard to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy? Then you'll use the Taishu Imperial Academy as your foundation to slowly rise and investigate Prince Jing Yu's case? Blue Merchant suddenly said. Taishu Imperial Academy? Lu Ming was puzzled. You don't know about the Taishu Imperial Academy? Blue Merchant was surprised. I don't know. What does it do? Lu Ming shook his head and asked. The Taishu Imperial Academy is the place where all the sky prides of the Taishu dynasty gathered. Not only all the top sky prides of the Taishu dynasty gathered there, but even the princes and princesses of the Taishu dynasty studied there. That's the place where the Taishu dynasty cultivated their talents. Almost all the big shots of the Taishu dynasty came from the Taishu dynasty. Prince Jing Yu also studied in the Taishu dynasty. But if you want to enter the Taishu dynasty, you'll have to be recommended by the big shots of the Taishu dynasty. Otherwise, you can only enter the starry camp of each heavenly king's mansion. Blue Merchant explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He understood now. He had heard from Wu Zifeng and the others that if one wanted to enter the core area of the Taishu dynasty to cultivate, one had to join the starry camp first. If one didn't join the starry camp, one wouldn't be able to cultivate in the Taishu dynasty. I didn't come to the starry camp to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy. Lu Ming said. Then what's your purpose here? Blue Merchant was surprised. It's for the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's mansion, the theft of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Lu Ming said. The 9 Extinction Godly Crystal? I've heard about it. How is it? How's your investigation going? Blue Merchant asked. I still don't have a clue. Lu Ming shook his head and briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. He also said that he suspected that there was evidence in the storage ring of the Dark Night Demon, but he couldn't find it even after searching it many times. There are some ways to seal some evidence very deeply. It's normal that you can't find it. Give me the storage ring of the Dark Night Demon and I'll help you find it. Blue Merchant said. Thank you, Uncle Lan Shu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately took out the storage ring of the Dark Night Demon and gave it to Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant was Jing Yu's teacher. His cultivation was unfathomable and he was knowledgeable. He might be able to find evidence. If he could find evidence and find the person who colluded with the Dark Ice race to steal the 9 extinction divine crystal, the safety of the Qingtian Star Zone would be solved. Blue Merchant took the storage ring and put it away. By the way, there's one more thing. Lan Shang's tone suddenly changed. He coughed dryly and said, when Jingyu was still alive, I made an agreement with him that if we had descendants in the future, if they were of the same gender, we would become brothers or sisters. If they were of the opposite gender, we would become husband and wife. Later, Jingyu died and didn't have any descendants. As Jingyu's successor, you are equivalent to his descendant. I will definitely fulfill my promise and marry Ling to you. Lu Ming was caught off guard. He didn't expect Blue Merchant to mention this. Uncle Lan Shu, you can't do that. I've only met Miss Lan Ling once, no twice. Isn't it too hasty to marry her to me? Lu Ming waved his hand. That's easy. You can move in together and spend more time together. You'll be familiar with each other in the future. Blue Merchant smiled. He was very open-minded. No, Uncle Lan Shu. To be honest, I already have a wife. Lu Ming said. It's okay. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming was speechless. Blue Merchant was very open-minded. He was pushing his daughter into the fire pit. However, Lu Ming had Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. In addition, he had Mulins and Huang Ling, 2 confidants. He already had enough headaches. He didn't want another one. Moreover, when he thought of Lan Ling's murderous expression, Lu Ming refused even more. Living with Lan Ling? What a joke. He wouldn't even know when he was killed by her. Uncle Lan Shu, no, still no. Lu Ming still shook his head. What? Do you think my daughter is not worthy of you? Blue Merchant's face sank and said coldly. Chapter 3075. How could that be? Miss Ling is as beautiful as a fairy. How could she not be worthy of me? It's just that. Miss Ling wants to kill me. Lu Ming began to complain. Wants to kill you? Blue Merchant was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled bitterly and said, this girl is really rebellious. Then Blue Merchant frowned and fell into deep thought. Lu Ming secretly prayed that Blue Merchant would give up on the idea of marrying Lan Ling to him. Although Lan Ling was an outstanding beauty and any man would be moved by her, Lu Ming knew that he didn't have the fortune to be with her bad temper. After a while, Blue Merchant said, how about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let Ling stay by your side for 1,000 years and let you develop feelings for each other. If after 1,000 years you still don't want to marry each other, then this matter will be dropped. This isn't too good. Lu Ming's face immediately turned bitter. Let Lan Ling, that crazy woman, stay by his side for 1,000 years? What a joke. At the thought of this, Lu Ming felt a headache coming. What's not good about it? Feelings need to be developed. You're afraid that Ling will make a move on you again. Don't worry, I'll warn her properly. In addition, Ling talent is not bad. If you two are together, you can take care of each other and help Jinyu reverse the case. This matter is settled. Blue Merchant waved his hand and settled this matter. This. Lu Ming was completely speechless. Haha, that's it. Lu Ming, go out and wait for me. I'll call Ling in and give her a good scolding. Lan Shang laughed out loud. He laughed like a sly old fox. Lu Ming despised him in his heart. This Blue Merchant looked gentle on the surface, but in fact, he was scheming in his heart. He wanted to set him up with Lan Ling. He believed that with Lan Ling's beauty, staying with Lu Ming every day, they would definitely develop feelings for each other. This old man must have taken a fancy to my talent. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be so talented and handsome? There's really nothing I can do about it. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. If Blue Merchant knew what Lu Ming was thinking, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard and saw Lan Ling. He said to Lan Ling, your father is looking for you. Lan Ling coldly snorted and walked into the courtyard without looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waited in the garden. Not long after, he saw Blue Merchant and Lan Ling walking out together. Lan Ling's eyes were red. When she saw Lu Ming, she glared hatefully at Lu Ming. She wished she could eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll tell Ling to inform you about the matter of the evidence after I find it. Now I'll let Ling send you back. Ling send Lu Ming off. Blue Merchant instructed. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and walked unwillingly to Lu Ming's side. She said coldly, let's go. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lan Ling was really reprimanded by Blue Merchant. It seemed that her resentment towards him was even heavier. Uncle Lan Shu, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fist. Then he stepped into the air and flew towards his own courtyard. Lan Ling walked side by side with Lu Ming with a cold face. After a while, they were far away from Blue Merchant's residence. Lu Ming, what did you say to my father? Suddenly Lan Ling spoke. Her voice was cold as she glared at Lu Ming. No, I didn't say anything, Lu Ming said. Of course he had to deny it. You didn't say anything? Then why would my father reprimand me? You're a man, but you actually snitched in front of my father. You're really shameless, Lan Ling said hatefully. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt wronged in his heart. It was the other party who wanted to kill him as soon as they met. Couldn't he say anything? Letcher, you already have a woman by your side. You still want me to follow you? Shameless, despicable. Lan Ling continued to scold. Lu Ming almost coughed up blood. What did she mean by him wanting Lan Ling to follow him? It was clearly Blue Merchant who forced her to follow him, okay? Don't talk nonsense. It was your father who forced you to follow me for 1,000 years. I originally refused, Lu Ming quickly denied. You mean to say that no one wants me and it was my father who forced me to follow you? Am I trying to climb up your social ladder? Lan Ling's face turned colder. Lu Ming almost coughed up blood. How could this woman's imagination be so wild? He didn't mean that. It's fine if you want to follow me for 1,000 years, but it depends on whether you have the ability or not. If you can survive 3 of my moves, I'll follow you for 1,000 years. Suddenly Lan Ling's voice turned cold. A cold murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that Lan Ling really wanted to kill him. She wanted to use this reason to kill him. However, that was then and this was now. Lu Ming's current strength was many times stronger than when he first met Lan Ling. Come on, let me have a taste of your moves. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He had already given way many times, but Lan Ling was still pressing on. Lu Ming was also angry. Clang. The long sword was unsheathed and the sword's cry was earth-shattering. First move. Lan Ling's voice had just sounded when a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. This move could even kill a half-step divine king who hadn't awakened his divine origin power. Lan Ling attacked without mercy. Boom. Lu Ming's body also erupted with a powerful aura. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swung it out. Clang. The long spear collided with the sword light, erupting with a violent rumble. Terrifying force chi spread out in all directions like a storm. When the force chi dissipated, Lu Ming and Lan Ling's bodies stood in the void motionlessly. Turns out that he already awakened his divine origin power. Lan Ling's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of surprise. She did not expect that Lu Ming only had 6th level celestial deity cultivation and he already awakened his divine origin power. Wait a minute, 6th level celestial deity. Lan Ling thought of something and secretly revealed a look of surprise. She remembered very clearly that back then at Star Moon Ancient City, Lu Ming's cultivation was only 4th level celestial deity. Just how long had it been? Lu Ming actually broke through 2 rounds in a row and reached 6th level celestial deity. This speed was also too fast. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in Star Moon Ancient City. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to be so fast by relying on his own cultivation. Lan Ling's heart skipped a beat. She did not guess wrong about this. Lu Ming did have a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for his cultivation to rise so quickly. One move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Originally he could have purposely lost to the other party. Then Lan Ling would not have to follow by his side. However, Lu Ming also had his pride. He wanted to teach Lan Ling a lesson now. Naturally he would not give in. Humph, don't think that you can stop me just because you've awakened your divine origin power. Lan Ling snorted coldly. The aura on her body became even stronger. Her strength was pushed to the extreme by her. Buzz. A sword shadow that was tens of thousands of meters long continuously shook the void. Then it slashed down violently at Lu Ming with terrifying might. Chapter 3076. Lan Ling pushed her cultivation base to the maximum and slashed out a terrifying attack. Lan Ling's cultivation base was extremely high. She was only half a step away from the Divine King realm. It seemed like she could break through to the Divine King realm at any time. Moreover, her strength was extremely strong. She was even stronger than when she was in Xingyue Ancient City. Lu Ming felt that she was stronger than Jin Yuan and not any weaker than Chu Baxing. Obviously, Lu Ming wasn't the only one who had improved in Xingyue Ancient City. Others had improved as well. Moon slashing. Lu Ming roared and instantly activated the battle character secret art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He then slashed out with his spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Lan Ling. Boom. The second collision caused an even more shocking shockwave. Fortunately, the two of them were already high up in the sky. Otherwise, the entire Starry Sky barracks would be alarmed by them. There was still no clear winner in this collision. The second move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Ling's face turned even uglier. The sword intent on her body was getting stronger and stronger. Divine sword art, kill. Lan Ling shouted as she waved her battle sword, unleashing countless sword shadows and sword intents. Each of the sword intents were over 10,000 meters long. The entire void was filled with the shadows of her swords. Then, countless sword shadows slashed towards Lu Ming with boundless power. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the sixth heaven god realm, Lu Ming would have had to transform into a green-armored ancient god to block this move. But now Lu Ming didn't need to do that. Divine Dragon Image, Ice Chain. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the two secret skills of the Divine Dragon Dharma characteristic and the Ice Chain. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a series of dragon cries echoed in the sky. 9 clawed divine dragons flew out and pounced toward the sword shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, 9 ice chains danced around Lu Ming's body like ice dragons. The terrifying coldness almost froze the space around them. Chunks of ice appeared in the air. Boom, boom. The divine dragon Dharma idol bore the brunt of the attack. It collided with the sword shadows in the sky, causing explosions. However, the 9 divine dragon Dharma idols soon crumbled under the onslaught of sword shadows. Then, the sword shadows slashed at the ice chains, shattering countless ice cubes and causing the ice chains to shake violently. Break the sky, break the sky. Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out. Spear lights flew out like meteors and collided with Lan Ling's sword shadows. The void continued to rumble. After a few minutes, the collision finally stopped. Lu Ming had retreated 1,000 meters, but his breathing was steady. He had successfully blocked Lan Ling's sword shadow. Lan Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Back in Xingyue Ancient City, Lu Ming could only run for his life when he saw her. He might not even be able to withstand one of her moves. But now Lu Ming could withstand 3 of her moves. Most importantly, she had already used her ultimate move in her last move. Lu Ming's strength had increased too quickly. 3 moves. Lu Ming said faintly. I don't believe that I can't suppress you today. Lan Ling flew into a rage out of humiliation. She shouted and released a terrifying aura. She was about to charge at Lu Ming again. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he cast the 9 Heavens Kunping technique. In a flash he dashed toward Lan Ling. In the process, his body swelled rapidly and he transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Whoosh! The green-armored ancient god was a few hundred meters tall. Compared to him, Lan Ling was like an ant. Lu Ming opened one of his big hands and grabbed Lan Ling. The sky rumbled as his palm reached out. It was extremely terrifying. Divine sword skill slash. Lan Ling shouted. Her sword shadow soared into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice chain and wrapped his palm to strengthen his defense. With the ice chain and the green scales of the green-armored ancient god as a double defense, Lu Ming was not afraid of Lan Ling's sword shadow at all. Under the big hand, Lan Ling's sword shadow crumbled. Lan Ling's expression changed. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The big hand grabbed Lan Ling. Lan Ling struggled desperately, but Lu Ming controlled his divine power and poured it into Lan Ling's body. Lan Ling gasped and felt that the divine power in her body was almost shattered. She felt weak all over. In this way she was firmly controlled by Lu Ming and could not resist. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely suppress Lan Ling after transforming into a green-armored ancient god. After controlling Lan Ling, Lu Ming's body quickly shrank and turned back to normal. He trapped Lan Ling with an ice chain. Let me go, let me go. Lan Ling shouted and struggled frantically, but it was useless. She could not break free at all. Let you go? You tried to kill me again and again in Star Crescent Ancient City. I saved you later, but you tried to kill me again just now. Tell me, do you think I will let you go? Lu Ming sneered and walked step by step to Lan Ling's side. Then, what do you want to do? Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said, What do I want to do? What do you think? Lu Ming laughed and looked at Lan Ling's body. You pervert, don't even think about it. Let me tell you, my father is definitely watching us. Do you dare? Lan Ling shouted. Your father? Your father can't wait for me to do you on the spot. Lu Ming said indifferently. On Star Peak, in Blue Merchant's courtyard, Blue Merchant had just taken a sip of tea and spat it out. This little guy, what are you talking about? Blue Merchant muttered, feeling a little embarrassed. That's right, everything that happened between Lu Ming and Lan Ling was under Blue Merchant's attention. However, Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really wanted to do Lan Ling, he would be more than happy to do so. Nonsense. Lan Ling stared at Lu Ming with hatred. But don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Lu Ming said indifferently, causing Lan Ling to grit her teeth. For some reason she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Lu Ming was not interested in her? Was her attractiveness that bad? It had to be said that women had strange thoughts. However, punishment is unavoidable. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled, then took a step forward, stretched out his hand and slapped Lan Ling's perky butt. Slap. A crisp sound could be heard. Lan Ling's body stiffened all of a sudden. The expression on her face was also like that of a person, staring blankly at Lu Ming. What are you looking at? The feeling is not bad again. After saying that, Lu Ming slapped her again. Slap. Another crisp sound was heard. This time, Lan Ling finally reacted, and a scream was heard in the sky. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. Lan Ling's face was red, even her ears and neck were red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wishing that she could tear Lu Ming into pieces. You're still so fierce. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet, again. Lu Ming continued to slap her. Slap, slap, slap. This time, 3 consecutive sounds were heard, causing Lan Ling's body to stiffen completely. Her face was so red that it was about to bleed. Chapter 3077. After being slapped by Lu Ming 3 times in a row, Lan Ling's face and neck turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were wide open. She wished she could eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming. You still dare to stare? Try staring again. Lu Ming curled his lips. Lan Ling was still glaring at him. Sigh, it doesn't feel good to hit you through your pants. Take them off and hit me. Lu Ming waved his hand and muttered. Lan Ling didn't dare to stare at him anymore. She cried out, no, don't. When she thought that Lu Ming was really going to take off his pants, she really wanted to die. You're finally begging for mercy. Come tell me. Do you still dare to hit or kill me when you see me in the future? Lu Ming asked. No, I don't dare anymore. Under Lu Ming's abuse, Lan Ling finally gave in. Although she wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces, she really didn't dare to be brave under such circumstances. Until now her father, Blue Merchant, hadn't appeared. She knew that Blue Merchant deliberately didn't appear. He wanted to matchmake her and Lu Ming. She couldn't count on Blue Merchant. She felt like crying. How could a father be like this? He couldn't wait to marry her to someone else. It wasn't like no one wanted her. That's more like it. Behave yourself in the future. I, Lu Ming, am also a gentleman. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the ice shackles were put away. After all, Lan Ling was Blue Merchant's daughter. It was fine to teach her a lesson, but it wouldn't be good to go too far. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. She despised Lu Ming and scolded Lu Ming thousands of times in her heart. How could a person like Lu Ming have the nerve to call himself a gentleman? However, Lan Ling didn't dare to make a move now, because she was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll remember this. When I break through to the Divine King realm, I'll definitely get back at you. Lan Ling swore in her heart. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He stepped into the air and continued to head toward the courtyard where he was staying. Lan Ling followed behind him obediently. In Blue Merchant's courtyard. They're starting to flirt, a good sign. Lan Shang let out a few sneaky laughs. If Lan Ling saw Lan Shang's expression, she would probably vomit blood. Not long after, Lu Ming and Lan Ling arrived outside Lu Ming's courtyard. Young master. In the courtyard, Autumn Moon was practicing her sword. When she saw Lu Ming, she immediately flew out. Autumn Moon, how's your cultivation going? Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. I'm much more familiar with it. I believe I'll be able to fully control it soon. This lady is... Autumn Moon looked at Lan Ling. Autumn Moon recognized Lan Ling. When they left Xingyue Ancient City, Lan Ling had been staring coldly at Lu Ming. Autumn Moon even teased Lu Ming. Now that she saw Lu Ming and Lan Ling returning together, she was naturally curious. I'm Lan Ling. Before Lu Ming could speak, Lan Ling stepped out and said coldly. Then she stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I can follow you. But you must chase her away. After saying that, she pointed at Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was slightly stunned and revealed a curious look. Lu Ming frowned. Are you crazy? Autumn Moon is my wife. Why should I chase her away? Because she's your wife. That's why you want to chase her away. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. You're crazy. If you don't want to come, then leave. Lu Ming waved his hand and ignored Lan Ling Clang. Lan Ling unsheathed her sword. A powerful aura pressed down on Autumn Moon. Boom. Lu Ming stepped out and the void shook. The powerful aura directly defeated Lan Ling's aura. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet. Lu Ming stared at Lan Ling, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't care much about attacking him. But to attack Autumn Moon, that was unacceptable. No matter who the other party was, he wouldn't go easy on them. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lan Ling was shocked. But as stubborn as she was, she wouldn't back down. Lu Ming, you have to understand what you're going to do in the future. You're going to do great things. The enemies you're going to face are extremely powerful. So, the people around you can't be useless. They can't be a burden to you. Do you understand? Lan Ling said coldly. Her meaning was obvious. Autumn Moon wasn't qualified to stay by Lu Ming's side. Get lost. Go back and tell Blue Merchant that I don't need you here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, you, Lan Ling was furious. Since young, no one had treated her like this. She was an outstanding beauty. Any man who saw her would be obedient to her. Lu Ming was an exception. Young master, since this lady wants to test Autumn Moon's strength, let her try. At this moment, Autumn Moon spoke. She stepped out and landed in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon was actually arrogant. It was just that she kept her arrogance in front of Lu Ming. But that didn't mean that others could humiliate her and look down on her. Especially in front of Lu Ming. They thought that she wasn't qualified to stay by Lu Ming's side. So, Autumn Moon decided to make a move. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop her. He naturally understood Autumn Moon's temper. Moreover, Autumn Moon was no longer the same as before. If they fought, she might not lose to Lan Ling. Alright, be careful then. Lu Ming reminded. And? Autumn Moon nodded. She faced Lan Ling and said, Lady, please make your move. Just do your best. Very good. Then let me see how capable the woman that Lu Ming likes is. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and unleashed her cultivation to the extreme. She didn't know why, but when she saw that Lu Ming treated Autumn Moon so well, she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She couldn't wait to defeat Autumn Moon and prove that she was stronger than Autumn Moon. Swoosh. Lan Ling made her move. A sword shadow slashed out violently, causing the air to explode. However, at the instant when Lan Ling made her move, Autumn Moon also made her move. Autumn Moon's weapon was a scimitar. When the scimitar slashed out, the blade light was as dazzling as the moon. Clang. The blade light and the sword shadow slashed together, causing endless blade light and sword light. After a loud sound, the two figures retreated more than 10 steps. The two of them were evenly matched in the first exchange. Autumn Moon was still fine, but Lan Ling's eyes were filled with shock. She had never expected Autumn Moon to be so powerful. Autumn Moon was only a 9th level heavenly god. Not only had she awakened the origin source divine power, but she could also block her attack. This aroused her competitiveness even more. Again? Lan Ling shouted. She circulated her divine power to the extreme and performed her ultimate move, the divine sword art. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Terrifying sword shadows burst out one after another, slashing toward Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon let out a long roar. 9 colored lights spread out from her body and combined with her blade technique, turning into rays of blade light to counterattack. The intense battle between the two peerless beauties in the air immediately alarmed the people in the other courtyards. Chapter 3078. Many figures flew out from the courtyards. When they saw the battle between Autumn Moon and Lan Ling, they were dumbfounded. The battle between the two beauties was not only pleasing to the eye, but also terrifying. Nestle, such terrifying strength. Origin Divine Force Factor. Both of them have awakened their Origin Divine Force Factor. Gosh, aren't they too powerful? Who are they? They're so beautiful. I know, it's a woman who seems to be the new member, Lu Ming. She entered Xingyue Ancient City and passed the gate of heaven. It can't be, she was only a level 2 heavenly god then. Now she's a level 9 heavenly god. How did she cultivate? What a monster. Without a doubt, Qiu Yu's cultivation shocked everyone. It was truly shocking. Some even suspected that Autumn Moon had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique to hide her cultivation. When she entered Xingyue Ancient City, she had hidden her cultivation. Above Star Peak, in a place closer to the peak of Star Peak, there were some courtyards where the prodigies of the Starry Sky Camp lived. However, the cultivation of these geniuses was even more terrifying. Many of them had reached the Divine King realm. They were the most terrifying group of geniuses in the Starry Camp. However, these people were also shocked. They flew out of their courtyards and watched from afar. What a beautiful woman. She's so powerful. These people were shocked when they saw it. They were a great threat to them since they had such strength below the divine king realm. Clang, clang, clang. Autumn Moon and Lan Ling were still fighting. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. Although Autumn Moon's cultivation was weaker, only at level 9 heavenly god, she had mastered many kinds of divine force, which made up for her lack of cultivation. However, Qiu-Yu's understanding of divine skills was not as good as Lan Ling's. However, Qiu-Yu had the 9 orifices Sacred Heart's 9-colored divine light, which would greatly increase Qiu-Yu's attacking power. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Autumn Moon was not very familiar with the control of divine power. As the battle progressed, Autumn Moon became more and more familiar with the control of divine power. He became more and more adept at using it, and his strength also became stronger. In the end, Mid-Autumn Moon slowly gained the upper hand. How could this be? At this moment, Lan Ling was extremely shocked. Autumn Moon's strength was beyond her expectations. Not only could she fight with her, but she also had the upper hand. What hurt her the most was that Autumn Moon's cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the celestial god realm. Lan Ling had always been invincible among those at the same level as her. There were very few who could fight with her at the same level, not to mention those whose cultivation was lower than her. Her self-confidence had suffered a severe blow. God-killing light. Suddenly, Autumn Moon muttered and unleashed the light of destruction. Autumn Moon infused the light of destruction onto her curved blade and slashed out. Clang. The slash landed on Lan Ling's battle sword, causing it to tremble violently. The sword chi on it was dispersed. Lan Ling's delicate body trembled and she was sent flying. She only managed to stop after flying for 10,000 meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. You've lost. Autumn Moon did not continue to pursue. She stood in the air and spoke in a clear voice. Lan Ling's face was extremely ugly. She bit her lips and tears welled up in her eyes. She had previously doubted that Autumn Moon was qualified to be by Lu Ming's side. Reality had proven that Autumn Moon was more qualified than her. I've lost, but I'll definitely defeat you in the future, Lan Ling said before turning around to leave. She was too ashamed to stay any longer. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when Lan Ling left. If Lan Ling insisted on staying in his courtyard, he would have a headache. Young master, it seems like there's another pretty lady who has her eyes on you. Autumn Moon came to Lu Ming's side and smiled. What? Are you jealous? Lu Ming teased. Autumn Moon blushed and said, No way. Young master is so outstanding. There must be a lot of girls who like you. As long as Autumn Moon can be by young master's side, I'll be satisfied. Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. He held Autumn Moon's hand and walked into the courtyard. After that, it was another battle. After that, Lan Ling did not come again. Lu Ming was happy to be free. He went into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend the Overlord Spear art. In the east of the Starry Camp, there was a place filled with divine energy. Many luxurious palaces were built in this place. This place was the headquarters of the Jin family in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. In one of the palaces, the head of the Jin family and a few other experts of the Jin family were discussing something. The atmosphere in the palaces was tense. The head of the Jin family was emitting a cold aura. I've only been in seclusion for a while and such a big thing happened. Tell me who killed Jin Xing. Who has the guts to kill the genius of the Jin family? The head of the Jin family said in a low voice. His voice seemed to contain a terrifying storm. Jin Xing, as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, had a bright future. But now he was killed in the Starry Camp. It would be strange if he was not angry. In front of the head of the Jin family, the proud Jin Yuan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Head of the Jin family, the one who killed Jin Xing is someone called Lu Ming. Jin Yuan answered honestly. Lu Ming? Which force is he from? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, not the Lu family. The head of the Jin family asked. He's not from any family. He's from the Qintian Star Field. Jin Yuan said. How could someone from the Qintian Star Field kill Jin Xing? And why didn't you kill that kid to avenge Jin Xing's death? The head of the Jin family stared coldly at Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan trembled and broke out in cold sweat. He answered honestly, Head of the Jin family, I'm not his match. You're not his match? There's such a powerful genius in the Qintian Star Field? The head of the Jin family was slightly surprised. He's a monster. He's only a level 5 heavenly god, but his combat strength is ridiculously strong. Not only did he defeat me, But he also defeated the other geniuses of the Heavenly God Mansion and obtained a treasure. Jin Yuan immediately told the head of the Jin family about what had happened in the Starry Crescent ancient city. I can't believe such a thing happened. The head of the Jin family and the other experts of the Jin family were stunned when they heard the story. They were really shocked. Monster. He must be a monster with great luck. If we offend someone like him, we must get rid of him. The head of the Jin family said coldly. But he's staying in the Starry camp. It's not easy to kill him. An elder of the Jin family frowned. Head of the family, elder, this Lu Ming is close to the Wu family. In the Starry Crescent ancient city, the young master of the winged men Yi Xiang offended Lu Ming. Lu Ming has been trying to kill Yi Xiang. During this period he has been asking the Wu family to gather information about Yi Xiang. This might be a chance. Jin Yuan's eyes turned and suggested. The head of the Jin family's eyes lit up and said, You mean you want to use Yi Xiang to lure Lu Ming out? Chapter 3079. You want to use Yi Xiang to lure Lu Ming out? The Jin family's patriarch stared at Lu Ming. And W? 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 Nasi? That's right. If Lu Ming wants to kill Yi Xiang, he will definitely leave the interstellar barracks. At that time we can arrange a few scapegoats and have a reason to kill him. Jin Yuan replied, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. All right, let's do that. The Jin family's patriarch laughed. Patriarch, that Lu Ming has also killed a few of the Qin family's sky prides. For this matter we can drag the Qin family into this. Jin Yuan said. I understand. I will go to the Winged Man clan now. You go and invite the experts of the Qin family to discuss this. In the end, the Jin family's patriarch ordered an elder of the Jin family. The elder of the Jin family received the order and rushed to the Qin family. As for the Jin family's patriarch, he rushed to the Winged Man clan. In fact, a storm had been brewing in the Qin family for the past 2 days. A few of the Qin family's sky prides had died in Lu Ming's hands. The higher-ups of the Qin family were furious and wanted to deal with Lu Ming. The arrival of the Jin family naturally hit it off. Immediately, the Qin family's patriarch rushed to the Winged Man clan to discuss how to deal with Lu Ming. In the main hall of the Winged Man clan, the experts of the 3 major clans gathered together to discuss how to deal with a junior. What's your plan? The Winged Man clan's patriarch stared at the Jin family's patriarch and asked. Let Yi Xiang leave the Winged Man clan and walk outside. It's best if he stays in a crowded place and lure Lu Ming to kill him. Once he kills someone we will have 100 reasons to kill him. Even the interstellar barracks won't be able to protect him. The Jin family's patriarch said coldly. Bang. The Winged Person clan's clan head slammed the table heavily. He stared at the Jin clan's clan head with an unfriendly gaze and said, You mean to say that you want to sacrifice my son Yi Xiang and let Lu Ming kill him? Haha, brother Yi, you've misunderstood. Of course not. Young Master Yi Xiang is only bait. You can arrange for experts to protect him and then arrange for a few unimportant people to be killed by Lu Ming. Wouldn't that be enough? The head of the Jin family laughed. That's more like it. That brat is bent on killing my son. He should be eliminated as soon as possible. The head of the Winged Man clan nodded. Immediately, the heads of the 3 aristocratic families began to discuss the specifics. Lu Ming was completely unaware of all of this. In the following 10-odd days, Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended the Overlord Spear art and finally made great progress. The first stage of the Overlord Spear art had been successfully cultivated by him. Next he just needed to slowly nurture it. Then Lu Ming took out the God of War strike and studied it carefully. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He ended his comprehension and a sound transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Just now he felt that someone had sent him a message, so he ended his cultivation. There's news about Yi Xiang. Lu Ming scanned the sound transmission jade talisman with his spiritual sense and his eyes lit up. The one who sent him the message was Wu Ming. Previously he had asked Wu Ming and the others to inquire about Yi Xiang's whereabouts. Now he finally got the news. Lu Ming left the courtyard. As expected he saw Wu Ming, Wu Yu and Wu Zixiong outside the door. Brothers Wu, where is Yi Xiang? Has he returned to the Starry Sky camp? Lu Ming asked. No. Wu Ming shook his head and said, We found out that Yi Xiang had been holed up in the Winged Person clan for some time. However, he left the Winged Person clan 7 or 8 days ago and has been active in the Soaring Cloud region. The Soaring Cloud region. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. After arriving at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor, Lu Ming naturally did some research on the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. The entire planet was the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. It was extremely vast. However, it was also divided into different regions. For example, the core region of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor and the various aristocratic families' headquarters. Other than that, there were some regions where ordinary people gathered or where commercial areas were for consumption. The Soaring Cloud region was a commercial area. There were restaurants, markets, auction houses, brothels, and everything that one could think of. It was extremely prosperous. It was also the region with the most people. Brother Lu, that Yi Xiang had been holed up in the Winged Person clan and did not dare to come out. Then he suddenly appeared in the Soaring Cloud region and swaggered in and out of various restaurants and brothels. I'm afraid that there's a trap here. We can't act rashly, Wu Zixiong said with a frown. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of this point. He wanted to kill Yi Xiang. However, Lu Ming had quite a number of enemies. Perhaps the other party wanted to kill him too. However, it would be difficult for the other party to make a move in the Starry Sky camp. Perhaps the other party wanted to lure him out before killing him. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. He definitely had to kill Yi Xiang. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to calm down. However, it would depend on how he killed him. How about this? Let's wait a little longer and observe the situation first, Lu Ming said. He was not an impulsive person. Even if he knew that there might be a trap, he would still kill his way in. That's for the best. If there's anything, we'll inform you immediately, Wu Ming said. Thank you very much. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked them. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Lu Ming, the family head of the Wu family, already knows about your matter. He said that if you need any help, feel free to ask. The Wu family will definitely do our best to help, Wu Zixiong said. Wu family's patriarch? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect that his matter would reach the ears of the Wu family's patriarch. Perhaps Wu Zifeng had contributed to this. Everyone, please help me thank the Wu family's patriarch. If Lu Ming needs help, I won't be courteous. Lu Ming smiled. Subsequently, Wu Ming and the rest bade farewell. After Wu Ming and the rest left, Lu Ming was about to return to his room. From the direction of the Star Peak, a figure stepped on the air and flew over. If it wasn't Lan Ling, who else could it be? Why are you here again? Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Ling and said coldly. You. Lan Ling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She had never been so unwelcome before. Lu Ming, do you think I want to come? It's my father who wants to see you. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said. Senior Blue Merchant, could it be? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Blue Merchant had found a clue from the Dark Knight Devil's storage ring? I've already sent the message. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. After Lan Ling finished speaking, she turned around and left like a proud swan. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with Lan Ling and followed after her. Soon, Lu Ming came to the Blue Merchant's courtyard for the second time. Senior, did you ask me to come here because you have a clue about the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? As soon as he saw Blue Merchant, Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask. Yes, I have a clue. Lan Shang smiled faintly and said, Dark Knight Devil King, sealing a projection into an ordinary divine artifact. That's a good method. After saying that, a simple and unadorned axe appeared in his hand. This axe was only an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Sealed in this axe? Lu Ming was surprised. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3080. Looking at the axe in Blue Merchant's hand, Lu Ming was surprised. W? Wayne-on-Com, this was indeed an axe from the Eventide Demon King's storage ring. Lu Ming had checked it a few times before, but he did not find anything. Look? Blue Merchant said. Then the axe floated in the air. Blue Merchant's fingers kept drawing runes and they flew into the axe. Buzz. The axe vibrated slightly and runes appeared on its surface. The runes on the axe intertwined and radiated light. The light formed a projection in the air. That's the Dark Knight Demon King and the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming saw the figure of the Eventide Demon on the projection at one glance. There were a few figures beside the Dark Knight Demon King. They were from the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming had seen the Dark Ice Tribe before. Hence, he could recognize them at a glance. However, both the Dark Knight Demon King and the Dark Ice race were very respectful to these figures. Those figures were covered in black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. This time we will arrange it well. We will hide the 9 Ju sacred crystal with the Dark Ice Tribe. one of the black-robed figures said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were indeed discussing how to steal the 9 sacred crystal. The members of the Dark Ice race and the Dark Night Devil bowed to him. The few of them discussed for a while, and it was all about the specific matters of stealing the 9 extinction divine crystal. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, they didn't know the identities of the few black-robed people. The 9 sacred crystal is with the Dark Ice tribe. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was delighted. Although he did not know who was in cahoots with the Dark Ice tribe, he had finally found the whereabouts of the 9 sacred crystal. As long as he destroyed the Dark Ice tribe and took back the 9 sacred crystal, the Qintian territory would be safe. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Blue Merchant asked. What am I going to do? Of course, I will take this projection and make it public. Lu Ming said. That's easy. Maybe we can plan to lure out the forces that are in cahoots with the Dark Ice tribe and kill them all. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Lure out the mastermind? I want to do that too. But what can we do? Lu Ming asked. Well, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I'm just suggesting. Lan Shang chuckled. He was simply like an old fox. Lu Ming was speechless. However, his eyes lit up the next moment as he thought of a solution. When Lu Ming first came to the 9 Heavenly King mansion, he was intercepted by a group of people. Now that he thought about it, the other party must have guessed that there was evidence in the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon King. However, they probably did not know what the evidence is Juju. Perhaps they didn't know that the evidence left by the Night Devil only exposed the Dark Ice race, but not the person behind it. The Dark Knight Demon King was in a hurry to kill Lu Ming and take away the evidence. Based on that, he could use the evidence to lure the Dark Knight Demon King out or blackmail the Dark Knight Demon King into admitting it himself. Moreover, Lu Ming suspected that the mastermind might be the Jin family or the Qin family. Since Lu Ming came to the Starry Camp, he was targeted by the two families. They wanted to kill him. Maybe they wanted to kill him and take away the Dark Knight Demon King's Juju. Then maybe I can make use of Yixiang's incident. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Yixiang suddenly swaggered outside. Lu Ming suspected that he might have joined forces with the Jin family and the Qin family to lure him out so that they could kill him. Then, could he beat them at their own game and make a big deal out of it? Then, he could blackmail them and make them give themselves away. However, if he wanted to carry out this plan, he must have a strong backing. Otherwise, he would be killed before the plan could be carried out. At the thought of this, Lu Ming told Lan Shang about Yixiang and his plan. Not bad, not bad. This is a good plan. After hearing that, Lan Shang nodded continuously. He looked at Lu Ming with increasing satisfaction. To be able to come up with such a plan in such a short period of time was not something an ordinary person could do. If he wanted to reverse Jing Yu's case, he not only needed strength, he also needed brains. Without brains, he would not be able to go far. Alright, let's carry out this plan. Your safety will be in the hands of your uncle Lan Shu. Blue Merchant smiled confidently. However, if you want to make a big deal out of this, I alone won't be enough. Don't you have a good relationship with the Wu family? You can borrow their strength. Then Lan Shang reminded him again. All right. Lu Ming nodded his head and discussed the details of the plan with Blue Merchant. Then they left the place. After that, Lu Ming found Wu Ming and Wu Yu and told them about his plan. All right, leave this to us. We'll send a message to young Master Zifeng. Wu Ming said. Immediately, Wu Ming sent a message to Wu Zifeng. Soon Wu Ming received a reply. Brother Lu, don't worry. The family head has said that he'll help you. If necessary, the family head will do it himself. Wu Ming said. Thank you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of the Wu family, this plan could be carried out smoothly. Yixiang, I'll take your life. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Soaring Cloud District was the largest commercial district in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. The streets were crisscrossed and there were shops everywhere. A large number of people gathered here and it was extremely prosperous. The Inn in the Clouds was the largest restaurant in the Soaring Cloud District. It was also a place of romance. The Inn in the Clouds, as its name suggested, floated in the clouds all year round and was very large. Those who drank here would be accompanied by young and beautiful ladies. Moreover, the wine and delicacies were also top-notch. Naturally, it attracted a large number of customers. The Inn in the Clouds had 3 floors and was very large. There were luxurious tables and chairs placed everywhere and almost all of them were filled with customers. On one of the tables, Yixiang was drinking with a few friends. Beside them, there was a beautiful lady accompanying them. Yixiang hugged a young lady and his evil claws wandered around her body, causing the lady to giggle. Haha, come beauty, have a drink with me. Yi Xiang laughed loudly and raised his wine cup, asking the lady to drink. Since it's young master Yi Xiang's wine, I won't stand on ceremony. The lady took the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Good alcohol tolerance. Yi Xiang clapped his hands and praised without restraint. However, from time to time, there would be a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes as he glanced around. Lu Ming, I hope you can appear. Once you appear, it'll be your death. Yi Xiang roared in his heart, and his killing intent was boundless. Previously he was afraid of Lu Ming and hid in the Winged Man clan. He did not even dare to return to the Starry Camp. This matter had become a joke to him. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. P.S. Readers, I'm the Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3081. This time, Yi Xiang swaggered into the soaring cloud area to lure Lu Ming out. Once Lu Ming came out, it would be his death. However, it had been a few days and Lu Ming had yet to appear. This made him anxious. This guy keeps saying that he wants to kill me, but he doesn't dare to appear. He's also a good-for-nothing. Humph, but this good-for-nothing woman is really beautiful. If there's a chance, I must get my hands on that woman and have fun with her. Yi Xiang had vicious thoughts in his mind. At the thought of Autumn Moon's peerless beauty and perfect expression, there was a raging flame in his eyes. Compared to Autumn Moon, he suddenly felt that the beauty in his arms was simply ordinary. There was no comparison at all. They were heaven and earth. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, unhurried footsteps could be heard from the staircase. It spread throughout the entire third floor. Many people looked at the staircase curiously. This was the 9 Extremes Heavenly King residence. Even the weakest person was at the virtual god realm. Those who had reached this realm would not have any footsteps. But now, someone was walking with such well-proportioned footsteps. Obviously, it was done on purpose and naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, a young man appeared from the staircase and walked slowly to the third floor. Oh, man. Seeing this young man, Yi Xiang's eyes lit up and he slowly uttered 2 words. That's right. The young man who walked up from the staircase was Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked up to the third floor step by step. His gaze was fixed on Yi Xiang. He then stepped forward and a cold murderous intent filled the air and suppressed Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang, you're finally not hiding in the Winged Man family anymore. Very good. Today will be the day you die. Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was icy cold. In the restaurant, many people's hearts were shaken, and a commotion broke out. Who is this guy? He wants to kill Yi Xiang? Yi Xiang is the young master of the Winged Man family. This guy is really audacious. He doesn't want to live anymore. Moreover, Yi Xiang's cultivation is extremely shocking. Judging from this guy's aura, his cultivation is not high. He wants to kill Yi Xiang. He's overestimating himself. Just watch, there's going to be a good show. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing animatedly, as if they wanted to watch a good show. How dare you? Brat, what did you say? Before Yi Xiang could open his mouth, a young man in his 30s suddenly slammed the table and stood up. A berserk aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Half-step Divine King realm. This young man, who seemed to be in his 30s, was a half-step Divine King. This brat wants to kill young Master Yi Xiang. Looks like he's tired of living. Another young man at the side said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s. However, these young men were too old to join the Starry Barracks, thus they were unaware of Lu Ming's achievements. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak in such a manner. Lu Ming, you want to kill me? Yi Xiang said indifferently. He continued to drink his wine with a calm expression. He was waiting for Lu Ming to come, so naturally he wasn't flustered at all. Nonsense. How dare you touch my Lu Ming's woman? Your ending is already decided. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he took a step forward, his killing intent becoming even more intense. Swoosh. Suddenly, a young man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His berserk aura pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? The young man said ferociously. Get lost if you don't want to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Brat, what did you say? You're courting death. The young man shouted coldly. He bent his fingers into a claw and clawed at Lu Ming's head. The moment he clawed, the young man's claw turned golden. The claw pierced through the air, producing a terrifying whistling sound. Jin family. Hee. Looks like you're trying to lure me out. Lu Ming sneered in his heart and threw out a punch. Brr. Lu Ming's fist let out a dragon's roar. Then a 9-clawed dragon pounced out and clashed with the young man's claw. In the next moment, the young man let out a miserable shriek. Because his claw had exploded. The nine-clawed dragon did not stop there. It pounced on the young man and tore his body apart with its claw. The young man from Jin family had fallen. There was a brief silence in the restaurant. Many people revealed shocked expressions. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He killed a half-step divine king with just a wave of his hand. Lu Ming, how dare you kill someone? You're courting death. Go and kill him together. Yi Xiang shouted angrily. Of course he was pretending to be angry. He was happy that Lu Ming had killed someone. The people around him were originally sent to their deaths. Lu Ming had killed someone. They had 100 reasons to kill Lu Ming. The Starry Sky Battalion had nothing to say. Kill? Kill this brat. Beside Yi Xiang, another 3 young men roared. Violent auras exploded as they charged towards Lu Ming. The 3 of them did not know about Yi Xiang's plan. When they saw that Lu Ming dared to kill one of their men, they were enraged and charged towards Lu Ming. You're courting death, Lu Ming said indifferently. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled and rays of spear light burst out. Buff, buff, buff. The 3 rays of spear light easily destroyed their attacks and pierced through their foreheads. The 3 young experts were killed instantly. Yi Xiang, it's your turn now. Lu Ming stared coldly at Yi Xiang. His long spear trembled and another ray of spear light pierced towards Yi Xiang. At this moment there was only one young man left beside Yi Xiang. This young man looked to be in his 30s. He had a pair of wings on his back. Like Yi Xiang, he was also a lightning-winged man. At this moment the young man moved. In a flash he appeared in front of Yi Xiang. One of his wings swept out like a blade. Boom. The wings slashed onto Lu Ming's spear light and destroyed Lu Ming's spear light. Boom. Then a violent aura emitted from the young man's body. The restaurant was immediately shrouded by a terrifying pressure. It's a divine king. Second divine king realm. Some people exclaimed. This young man was at the second divine king realm. Indeed, there are experts around him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Yi Xiang this time. Indeed, there were experts around him. Lu Ming, how dare you kill people in broad daylight? This time even the Starry Sky Camp can't protect you. Yi Xiang finally stood up and shouted at Lu Ming while pointing at him. That's right. You killed people of the Jin family for no reason. You deserve to die. At this moment, a voice came from the 2nd floor. The restaurant in the clouds had 5 floors. The voice came from the 4th floor. Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed and a group of people appeared beside Yi Xiang. The leader wore a golden robe and had a handsome and cold face. He was one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, Jin Yuan. There were a few middle-aged men beside Jin Yuan. Their auras were as strong as mountains. Chapter 3082. Jin Yuan appeared beside Yi Xiang with a few burly men and stared coldly at Lu Ming. You've finally shown up? Lu Ming said in a low voice, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Seeing Jin Yuan, Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. The other party had set this up on purpose to bait him. Looks like you've been waiting for me here. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, you killed the Jin clan's men for no reason and even wanted to kill Yi Xiang. How audacious. What do you think the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence is? Why don't you surrender now? Are you waiting for us to make a move? Jin Yuan shouted coldly with a cold smile. Those men were from the Jin clan, but their talents were average. They were pushed out by the Jin clan to let Lu Ming kill them. Lu Ming killed them first, so no one would say anything if they killed Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming was from the Starry Camp. As expected, Lu Ming had fallen into their trap. Everything was going according to their plan. Jin Yuan, since you're shouting so loudly, then come and take me. Let's see if a loser like you can take me down. Lu Ming looked at Jin Yuan indifferently with a mocking expression. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the others in the restaurant to be surprised. What does Lu Ming mean? Did he defeat Jin Yuan before? It can't be. Jin Yuan is known as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. He awakened his origin source divine power factor long ago. Can Lu Ming defeat Jin Yuan? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Lu Ming say that? The people in the restaurant discussed animatedly as they looked at Jin Yuan and Lu Ming. Jin Yuan's face was extremely gloomy and his killing intent was extremely strong. Lu Ming, now is not the time to fight with you alone. You killed the Jin clan's men. It's time for you to pay with your life. Men, take him down. Jin Yuan waved his hand. Boom. Beside Gold Ingot, a burly man stepped out, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. He was a first King God Realm warrior. His aura was as thick as a mountain. His skin glowed with a golden light as if he was made of gold. Boom. the Jin clan's godly king sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The void trembled violently as a violent energy surged towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming sensed that although this godly monarch of the Jin family had a similar cultivation base as the Dark Knight Demon King, his combat strength was definitely above the Dark Knight Demon King's. In an instant, all of Lu Ming's divine power erupted from his body, and he activated the battle character secret art to quadruple his combat strength. Moonslaying. A low shout came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then a crescent-shaped spear light violently chopped out. Clang. The crescent-shaped spear light collided with the Jin clan's godly king's palm, creating a dull explosion. At the point of impact, the energy swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The entire restaurant trembled. However, in the next moment, the walls and floor of the restaurant glowed with colorful lights. Dense runes appeared, blocking the energy waves that spread out in all directions. As the largest restaurant in the soaring cloud district, the restaurant in the clouds had an extraordinary background. It was supported by a powerful force, and the entire restaurant was a treasure. It was covered with great arrays, so it wasn't afraid of a great battle. However, the expensive tables and chairs next to the two of them were not protected by great arrays. They were crushed by the energy waves of the two of them. The other people in the restaurant were forced to retreat. However, there were also experts among them. There were quite a few godly kings. They circulated their divine power and blocked the aftershock of Lu Ming's attack. Buzz. The spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously. A powerful energy surged out, causing Lu Ming's body to float backwards. On the other hand, Godly King's body only swayed slightly before he stabilized himself. Without transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. However, this also shocked the others. Now, many people had seen through Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming was only a 6th-layer heavenly god. It was unbelievable that a 6th-layer heavenly god could fight a 1st-layer godly king. Die. After pushing Lu Ming back, the Jin clan's godly king immediately launched a fierce attack. His golden palm broke through the air, attacking Lu Ming like a storm. However, Lu Ming didn't want to face him head-on. He used the 9 Heavens Kunping art. A 9 Heavens Kunping appeared on his body. With a flash, Lu Ming charged towards Yi Xiang. This time he had to kill Yi Xiang. Whoosh. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He charged towards Yi Xiang like a bolt of lightning. Before he arrived, a spear light had already shot towards Yi Xiang. Save me. Yi Xiang was shocked. Beside Yi Xiang, the Winged Men clan's godly king was already prepared. He flapped his lightning wings and slashed towards Lu Ming's spear light like a sharp blade. He shattered Lu Ming's spear light. However, 9 ice chains immediately shot towards Yi Xiang like dancing snakes. You're courting death. The Winged Men clan's godly king roared furiously. He unleashed a powerful aura and his body was covered in lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from his body and bombarded the ice chains. A series of explosions could be heard as the 9 ice chains exploded one after another. In an instant, the 9 ice chains had all exploded and turned into streams of cold air that dissipated into the air. The Winged Men clan's godly king was a 2nd-layer godly king expert. A 2nd-layer godly king was extremely powerful. He was much stronger than a 1st-layer godly king. As the saying went, those with a higher rank could crush a person to death. This sentence was also suitable to describe the godly king realm. In the godly king realm, if one's cultivation base was 1 layer higher, he would have an absolute advantage. Even a genius with divine grade divine power would find it difficult to fight against someone with a higher rank. Only some monstrous geniuses could do so. Therefore, no matter how tough the ice chains were, they would be shattered by his attack. Die. Then the Winged Men clan's godly king shouted coldly. He pressed his palm down and lightning bolts shot towards Lu Ming. However, just as the Winged Men clan's godly king made his move, Lu Ming's body flashed and he dashed towards the other side. This time he wasn't going to attack Yi Xiang but Jin Yuan. Yes, this time Lu Ming was going to attack Jin Yuan. In reality, the reason he attacked Yi Xiang just now was just a facade. His real target was Jin Yuan. In the process of dashing out, Lu Ming's body swelled rapidly. Lu Ming was transforming into his ancient god body. Strangely, the height of the 3rd floor of the restaurant was only a dozen meters. However, as Lu Ming's body grew rapidly, the height of the restaurant also increased rapidly. In the end, it reached a height of a few hundred meters. Its length and width also increased by a few times. Conflicts often broke out in the restaurant above the clouds. There were even fights between people of different races and different sizes. Therefore, the entire restaurant above the clouds was a treasure. Not only was it covered with formations, but it could also change its size at will. Bus. After transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming's fighting strength skyrocketed. He swept his long spear towards Jin Yuan. Before the long spear reached him, the terrifying energy wave had already caused Jin Yuan's expression to change drastically. Chapter 3083. Void-shattering hand. The Jin family god king who had fought with Lu Ming shouted. His hand glowed as he used the void-shattering hand to attack Lu Ming. Dong. Their attacks collided once again. This time the shockwaves were even more terrifying as they swept out in all directions. Then a figure retreated violently, vomiting blood. This time it was the Jin family god king who retreated. The Jin family god king was in the first layer of the king god realm. Although he was slightly stronger than the Dark Knight Devil King, it was not by much. Before Lu Ming transformed into his ancient god body, he was at a disadvantage. Once he transformed into his ancient god body, his fighting strength completely surpassed his opponent. What? Upon seeing this sight, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. The strength Lu Ming had displayed before was already terrifying. But now Lu Ming's strength could only be described as shocking. He had injured a god king in one move. After injuring his opponent, Lu Ming continued to step forward. His violent aura swept towards Jin Yuan like a storm. Jin Yuan's face changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. Lu Ming's ability had improved tremendously compared to when he was in Xingyue Ancient City. This simply made him envious and jealous. Kill him for me. Let's attack together. Jin Yuan shouted. Kill. The big men by Jin Yuan's side all roared and attacked at the same time, all of them releasing shocking auras. These men were all in the first layer of the king god realm. Their bodies glowed with golden light as they attacked Lu Ming together. Ice chains. Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the 9 ice chains condensed once again. They danced in front of him, blocking the attacks of the few burly men from the Jin family. The first layer of the king god realm could not break the ice chains. After using the ice chains to block their attacks, Lu Ming stared at one of them and attacked ferociously. Moon slashing. Lu Ming shouted, almost using his full strength. His spear chopped down towards one of the big men. Lu Ming was now using all of his strength to execute the moon beheading strike. How astonishing was its power. It instantly pierced through the big man's defense and split his body in half. A god king had fallen. This was considered Lu Ming's first time relying on his own strength to kill a divine king powerhouse. Back then, although Lu Ming had killed the Night Devil King, it was because of Lu Ming's sneak attack. Furthermore, the Night Devil King was heavily injured and was killed by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming was completely relying on his own strength to kill his opponent. How could this be? This scene caused Jin Yuan and the others to be horrified. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar. His imposing manner was like a madman. His long spear vibrated madly as it continuously slashed out. In an instant, Lu Ming used the moon slashing 3 times. 3 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed towards the 3 big men. Although the 3 big men were prepared and did their best to defend, they were still heavily injured. They were sent flying and coughing up blood. For someone like Jin Yuan, his battle strength was enough to fight against a first-layer god king. He could even gain the upper hand. When Lu Ming was in the 5th-layer god realm, he could already crush Jin Yuan. He could even defeat Chu Baxing and the others who were even stronger. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th-layer god realm, his battle strength was even stronger than when he was in Xingyue Ancient City. It was naturally easy for him to deal with an ordinary first-layer god king. Several first sky of king god realm guards were killed or severely wounded. Jin Yuan was so scared that he shuddered and retreated hastily. Jin Yuan die. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and pressed his long spear down with the momentum of Mount Tai. Jin Yuan was shocked. Just as he was about to use all of his strength to resist, a figure suddenly rushed over from the other side. He stood in front of Jin Yuan, his body emitting a dazzling golden light. Dong. The person threw out a palm and hit the long spear. Lu Ming felt a powerful force coming from the long spear. His body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. 2nd-layer God King. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The person who had attacked him was also a big man. Without a doubt, he was also an expert from the Jin family. The Jin family also had a 2nd-layer God King in the restaurant. 2nd-layer God King. Ah. Kill that kid. Jin Yuan screamed hysterically. Just now he was so frightened by Lu Ming that he almost wet his pants. Young Master Jin Yuan, don't worry. Today he will die for sure. The expert from the Jin family said coldly. He was like a golden man, extremely dazzling. A second-layer God King was much stronger than a first-layer God King. Although Lu Ming could kill a first-layer God King, he was definitely not a match for a second-layer God King. A second-layer God King against a first-layer God King would definitely be killed instantly. There was no suspense. Bang. The expert from the Jin family, who was in the second heaven of the Divine King realm, took a step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming. He threw out a huge palm print toward Lu Ming, causing the void to tremble violently. It was the same void-shattering hand. However, a second-layer God King was much stronger than a first-layer God King. However, Lu Ming didn't dodge. His body flashed, dashing toward his opponent. He's crazy. A thought flashed across many people's minds. They thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Lu Ming's fighting capacity was obviously not a match for a second-layer God King. However, he dared to rush toward his opponent. Wasn't he seeking death? You're courting death. Jin Yuan's eyes flashed ferociously. Die. The second-layer God King of the Jin family shouted, and his palm strike became stronger. Qiu. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Then Qiu, who had turned into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, moved. Swoosh. Qiu rushed out and turned into a ball. A tentacle extended from its round body and turned into a saber, slashing out. The saber slashed toward the Jin family expert's palm print. The Jin family expert's palm print couldn't withstand a single blow. It was cut in half like a piece of tofu. This scene greatly shocked the Jin family's experts. They were somewhat dumbfounded. His full-powered palm print was extremely powerful. However, it was easily broken by a metal ball. He was stunned and his fate was sealed. Qiu dashed toward the Jin family expert like a bolt of lightning. Its saber continued to slash down. Ah! The Jin family expert roared furiously. He had just set up a layer of defense when Qiu's saber slashed through it. Swoosh! The Jin family expert's defense was like a piece of paper. His entire body was cut in half and he died on the spot. Qiu's strength was terrifying. Even in the King God realm, it could kill opponents with a higher level. Now that Qiu had broken through to the second-layer God King, it was easy for it to kill someone at the same level. Jin Yuan was dumbfounded. His brain turned into paste. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that a second-layer God King of the Jin family would be killed just like that. Run. In the next moment he screamed crazily in his mind. He wanted to retreat and run away. However, how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Boom. A huge spear light pressed down on Jin Yuan. Chapter 3084. Lu Ming thrusted out his spear. A giant spear light pressed down on Jin Yuan. At this moment, Jin Yuan was in a state of panic. He hurriedly circulated his energy to block the attack. However, he could not even unleash half of his abilities. In the end, he could only let out a miserable cry before he was blasted apart by Lu Ming's spear gleam. Jin Yuan had fallen. The others in the restaurant took in a cold breath. They were terrified. Big deal. They knew that something big had happened today. Several King God Realm warriors of the Jin family had been killed. Now, even Jin Yuan, one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, had been killed. If the Jin family knew, they would go crazy. At the same time, they were shocked by Lu Ming's power. He had just killed a King God Realm warrior of the Jin family. Now he had killed a second King God Realm warrior. Metal life form. It's a metal life form. No wonder I didn't sense any aura before. Some people discussed animatedly. Let's go. At this moment, the second sky of King God Realm warrior of the Winged Man clan took Yi Xiang and stormed out of the restaurant through the window. Lu Ming had just killed the Jin family's warriors and Jin Yuan. Yi Xiang was scared out of his wits. The second King God Realm warrior didn't dare to linger. He took Yi Xiang and ran away. They had miscalculated. They knew they had miscalculated. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a terrifying metal life form. Want to run away? Today you will die together with me. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took Qiu and dashed out of the window. Boom. As soon as they were out of the window, Lu Ming thrusted out his spear. A giant spear light was like a boundless mountain range, pressing down on Yi Xiang and the Winged Men clan's warrior. The air was stirred up, creating a violent sound that alerted the people nearby. Nearby, everyone stopped to watch. The Winged Men clan's warrior flapped his wings. A sharp light slashed up to the sky, shattering Lu Ming's spear light. However, his speed was also hindered for a moment. His speed was greatly reduced. Qiu seized the chance and flew out, catching up with Yi Xiang and the Winged Men clan's warrior. Young master, you go first. The expert from the Winged Men clan roared and turned around abruptly. His pair of wings rapidly enlarged and filled with boundless lightning. Then the boundless lightning struck towards Qiuqiu. However, lightning was completely ineffective against Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu itself carried a type of terrifying lightning with boundless power, so when these lightning bolts struck Qiuqiu, they were directly absorbed by Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was not hindered in the slightest. Its figure charged through and then slashed at the winged men expert. This person had not expected the lightning to be useless against Qiuqiu and was caught off guard. Puchi. Qiuqiu's saber slashed down and the man was cleaved into two. Yi Xiang screamed in fright. Your turn. Lu Ming coldly spoke as he stepped out, rushing towards Yi Xiang. How dare you? You're courting death. At this moment, a few angry roars could be heard from the surroundings. Thereafter, a few terrifying auras spread toward Lu Ming from all directions. Under the pressure of these auras, Lu Ming's body trembled violently as if several divine mountains were pressing down on his body. He almost vomited blood. Then several figures rushed over with terrifying speed. In a flash they were beside Yi Xiang. There were three of them, three big men. One was wearing a golden robe, one had a pair of lightning wings on his back, and one had scales between his eyebrows. One was from the Jin family, one was from the Winged Men clan, and the last one was from the Qin family. These three men had been guarding the tower in the clouds. However, Lu Ming had just charged out and Qiuqiu had killed the Winged Men clan's expert. It had happened so fast that these experts did not even have time to react. When the Winged Men clan's expert was killed, they reacted and rushed over, protecting Yi Xiang in the middle. Third King God Realm. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. The three of them were the third sky of the King God Realm experts. Their competence was terrifying. With Lu Ming's strength, he would be killed in a second if he faced a third King God Realm expert. Aha, they're here. Finally they're here. Yi Xiang exhaled in relief. Then he laughed crazily in his heart. His eyes were ferocious. Kill this brat. He killed Jin Yuan. He killed Jin Yuan. Yi Xiang screamed. What? He killed Jin Yuan? Damn it. When the big man from the Jin family heard the news, he roared furiously. His aura exploded like a volcano. His anger soared to the sky. His murderous aura was extremely cold. His body trembled because of his anger. He gazed at Lu Ming. They had made a mistake. They had made a mistake. They had been guarding the tower in the clouds. They had seen Lu Ming enter the tower in the clouds. They had seen Lu Ming enter the tower in the clouds alone. Thus they had not followed him. There were several second King God Realm experts and some first King God Realm experts in the tower in the clouds. It was easy for them to deal with Lu Ming. If there had been experts following Lu Ming, they would have entered the tower in the clouds as well. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a metallic life form with him. The metallic life form was strange. When Lu Ming wore it, it looked like a piece of jewelry. Unless they sensed it carefully, they would not be able to find anything fishy. Thus they knew they had made a mistake. They had sacrificed Jin Yuan for nothing. Kit, I will grind your bones to dust. The third King God Realm expert of the Jin family roared furiously. His wild aura locked on Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't move. Qiuqiu. Lu Ming sent Qiuqiu a message. Qiuqiu flew back to Lu Ming and turned back into a bracelet. It wrapped itself around Lu Ming's wrist. With Qiuqiu's power, Lu Ming shook his arm and broke the opponent's oppressive aura. However, in the next moment, the Jin family expert took a step forward. He dashed towards Lu Ming like a beam of golden light. His palm turned golden as it slammed down on Lu Ming. A loud explosion resounded in the air. The terrifying energy was like a tsunami. A third King God Realm expert's divine power was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than a second King God Realm expert. Qiuqiu, I'm counting on you. Lu Ming sent a message to Qiuqiu. Don't worry. It's just a third King God Realm expert. Leave it to me. Qiuqiu's voice resounded. Then its body wriggled, wrapping around Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming put away his spear and punched out. Creak creak. After Lu Ming punched out, Qiuqiu's body emitted streaks of lightning. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with the third King God Realm expert's palm. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The terrifying shockwave almost blew the tower in the clouds away. Creak creak creak. Qiuqiu's body was covered in lightning. This kind of lightning came from the bronze of the ancient god world. It was ancient and powerful. Lightning flashed and destroyed the Jin family expert's palm. Then lightning continued to strike the Jin family expert. The third King God Realm expert was hit by a lightning bolt. He trembled and retreated. His body was numb and he almost vomited blood. Chapter 3085. Lu Ming had defeated the King God Realm expert of the Jin family with a single punch. Yi Xiang was scared to death. Attack. All of you attack together. Let's kill this kid. Yi Xiang shouted. This kid is evil. Let's attack together. The King God Realm expert of the Jin family said. Boom. Boom. The King God Realm expert of the Winged Men clan and the expert of the Qin family attacked at the same time. 3 King God Realm experts attacked at the same time. Their aura was earth-shattering. At first, some people were watching from the sidelines. Now they kept retreating as they were afraid of being affected. Someone come quickly. At this moment Yi Xiang shouted to the distance. He didn't know why, but he was still not confident. Lu Ming had brought him too much fear. Even though 3 King God Realm experts were protecting him, he still wasn't confident. He knew that there were experts from the 3 aristocratic families guarding the area. There might even be experts stronger than them. These people were used as a precaution. According to the plan, they didn't need to take action. Sending King God Realm experts to deal with a heavenly god was already overboard. Sending experts stronger than that would be a joke. But now Yi Xiang was panicking. He hoped that more experts would come. Void-breaking hand. 7 injuring divine fist. Thunderbolt slash. While Yi Xiang was hollering, the 3 experts struck at the same time. 3 types of unique skills were directed at Lu Ming. Faced with such an attack, not to mention Lu Ming, who was merely a heaven god, even an ordinary second-tier king god would be beaten to a pulp. However, Lu Ming had Qiuqiu. I'm going to explode. Qiuqiu shouted. Come. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and threw a punch. Creak creak creak. Terrifying lightning emitted from Qiuqiu's body. Boundless lightning energy turned into 3 lightning sabers and slashed at the 3 experts. This was Qiuqiu's ultimate attack. Qiuqiu had used all of his strength. Boom. 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 After 3 consecutive explosions, a few screams were heard. Then the 3 figures retreated. 2 of them fell to the ground after retreating. Their bodies were black and they didn't have any aura. They were dead. 2 of them were directly killed by Qiuqiu. These 2 people were experts from the Jin family and the Qin family respectively. Qiuqiu had used all of its power, bursting out all of its lightning energy. That kind of lightning was too intimidating. It had killed 2/3 King God Realm experts in just 1 strike. Only the God King of the Winged Men race managed to survive. The Winged Men race's God King also controlled lightning, so his resistance to lightning was stronger. Although he didn't die, his body was charred black like charcoal. At the same time he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak and he was half dead. This time Yi Xiang really nearly pissed his pants. His complexion was deathly pale, and his entire body trembled non-stop. Let's see who will save you this time. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Yi Xiang. His hand reached out and grabbed at Yi Xiang. No. Father, father, save me. Yi Xiang screamed hysterically. Let go of my young master. At this moment, a long shout came from not far away. That shout pierced through the sky, shaking the entire soaring cloud district. Then a figure rushed over at a terrifying speed. Before that figure arrived, a terrifying aura had already rushed over like a tidal wave. That aura was several times more intimidating than a 3rd King God Realm expert. Just as Yi Xiang had shouted, the experts who were guarding the area had indeed arrived. Indeed, there are experts here. But it's too late. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He grabbed with his big hand and a violent force crushed Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang could only let out an indignant scream before he turned into ashes in Lu Ming's big hand. You're courting death. The voice that was charging toward him let out a terrifying roar. A ray of terrifying light, along with the power of thunder, slashed toward Lu Ming, intending to kill him. That person was an expert of the Winged Men clan. When he heard Yi Xiang scream, he immediately rushed over. He didn't expect that he would still be 1 step too late. Seeing Yi Xiang being killed, he wished he could crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. What a terrifying power. He should be a 4th King God Realm expert. Lu Ming sensed his opponent's power. He deeply understood that his current strength was far from that of an expert. Qiuqiu's body moved rapidly. In the end, it turned into a suit of armor covering Lu Ming's body. Boom. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu used all of their strength to resist the opponent's attack. After a terrifying explosion, Lu Ming's body was blown away like a cannonball. He flew for hundreds of miles and vomited blood. Cracks appeared on Qiuqiu's armor. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to split open. His body was covered with hideous wounds. Blood kept flowing out. If Qiuqiu hadn't protected him, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, even with Qiuqiu's protection, Qiuqiu's cultivation base was only at the second King God realm. It could kill a third King God realm expert, but it was still not enough to deal with a fourth King God realm expert. Swish. A skinny old man appeared in the sky in front of them. This old man had a pair of lightning wings on his back. Of course, he was an expert of the Winged Men clan. At this moment, his body was trembling because of his anger. Terrifying murderous aura diffused from his body as he stared at Lu Ming. You killed my young master. Dot. Dot. The Winged Men clan's elder roared. His figure dashed towards Lu Ming again. However, at this moment, a figure dashed over from behind Lu Ming. His speed was just as fast. Lu Ming only felt a gust of wind before a figure appeared in front of him. The figure threw out a palm strike and exchanged a blow with the Winged Men clan's elder. In the sky, it was like a planet had exploded. Energy spread everywhere. The Winged Men clan's elder was blown back. The figure in front of Lu Ming also took a few steps back. Wu family's man, you want to protect this kid? After the Winged Men clan's elder steadied himself, he roared angrily and stared at the figure in front of Lu Ming. The one who had suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming was the Wu family's expert. Young Master Lu Ming, I will protect him. The Wu family's expert said resolutely. Can you protect them all by yourself? Not far away, a cold voice sounded. Following that, figures rushed over from all directions. There were at least a dozen of them. They were all middle-aged men or old men. Their auras were thick and terrifying. They were all experts of the fourth King God realm or above. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there were people from the Jin family, the Qin family, and the Winged Men clan among them. Haha, the three big families really think highly of me. To kill me, not only did you use the Winged Men clan as bait, but you also sent so many experts. Lu Ming is really honored. Lu Ming's mocking voice arose. Around them, many onlookers understood what was going on. Chapter 3086. The three families' experts all had ugly expressions. This was especially true for the Winged clan and the Jin clan. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Yixiang and Jin Yuan had both died. If we had known this would happen, we would have stayed nearby and killed that brat as soon as he appeared, roared one of the Jin clan's elders. They had only stayed nearby as a precaution. They hadn't thought that things would turn out like this. Since you want to protect that brat, we'll kill you as well, roared one of the Winged clan's elders. His aura surged and thunder rumbled. Lu Ming couldn't tell what their cultivation base was. He only felt that they were terrifying. This kind of existence wasn't something he could deal with. They could kill him with a casual wave of their hand. However, Lu Ming had come prepared today. Sure enough, as soon as the Winged clan's elder finished speaking, a voice came from the side. What arrogance! Let's see who you can kill. Following that, figures flickered and appeared around Lu Ming. They were all the Wu clan's experts. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was incomparably powerful. In order to help Lu Ming, the Wu clan had also dispatched a large number of experts. They didn't hesitate to go against the three families. Lu Ming was truly grateful for this. The Wu clan's experts erupted with their auras and confronted the three families' experts. It seems your Wu clan was prepared, said the Winged clan's elder coldly. The Jin clan and Qin clan's people were also incomparably gloomy. Seeing this scene, they still didn't understand that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. They had tricked Lu Ming, but they had been tricked by Lu Ming instead. Clearly, Lu Ming had long since expected danger and had allied with the Wu clan. He had the Wu clan's experts lie in ambush, ready to help at any time. Could it be that your Wu clan wants to start a war with our three families for this brat? Asked one of the Jin clan's elders coldly. His voice was filled with threat. Then let's start a war. My Wu clan isn't afraid of you, replied a large man from the Wu clan. This time, the Wu clan head had personally given the order to protect Lu Ming's life no matter what. How could they be afraid of the other party's threat? Moreover, the Wu clan, the Jin clan, and the Qin clan had always been at odds with each other. How could the Wu family compromise in front of the Jin family and the Qin family? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. An old man from the Winged Men race roared. The wings on his back expanded rapidly and thunder rumbled. With a flap, he charged towards Lu Ming. However, an expert from the Wu family stepped forward and waved his hand. 10,000 horses galloped forward and condensed into huge war horses that charged towards the expert from the Winged Men clan. The two of them clashed and exchanged a few moves, but it was difficult to determine the victor. Kill. Kill. The other experts of the three clans made their moves too, unleashing their cultivation and charging toward Lu Ming. Protect young Master Lu Ming. An old man of the Wu family gave the order. Immediately, more than a dozen experts from the Wu family formed a wall, blocking Lu Ming behind them as they fought against the experts of the three clans. Immediately the entire area boiled over, terrifying auras filled the air, emitting destructive power. With so many Divine King experts fighting, this kind of power was enough to threaten the safety of a life star. However, this was the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. As everyone fought and their auras reached a certain level, lines of incomparably thick runes appeared on the ground. These runes were incomparably thick, like a divine dragon. They intertwined on the ground, forming a great formation to protect the safety of the planet. In a place like the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, the entire planet had already been set up with a great formation. Otherwise, with so many experts in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, a great battle was unavoidable. Without the Great Formation's protection, the entire planet would have been destroyed long ago. With the Great Formation's protection, the power of the battle was completely absorbed by the Great Formation. Both sides fought fiercely, but the experts of the Wu family were wholeheartedly protecting Lu Ming. They did not ask for merit, but only wanted to avoid mistakes. The other party could not kill Lu Ming even if they wanted to. After a few dozen moves, the experts of the three clans retreated, their faces gloomy. Good, very good. Lu Ming killed my winged clan's young master Yi Xiang. Let's see how your Wu family will protect him. Send a message to the patriarch, report this matter to him. A winged clan elder roared. Young master Jin Yuan has been killed. Send a message to the patriarch. A Jin family expert also spoke. Then the Qin family's experts also sent a message to the Qin family's patriarch. The Wu family's experts' faces changed. This matter was already out of their control. Now they could only send the news to the Wu family's patriarch. Everyone sent messages to each other and then confronted each other. Could it be that the various patriarchs are coming? The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. They did not expect things to develop to this point. They continued to retreat, increasing the distance between them to avoid being affected. Time passed second by second. Suddenly an oppressive aura came from the west. When this aura swept over, many people felt that it was difficult to breathe. Before anyone could react, a terrifying pressure surged over from that direction. It was like an ant facing a tsunami that was hundreds of meters high. Rumble, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Some of the weaker cultivators could not help but vomit blood. Everyone looked in that direction in horror. It seemed that there was a terrifying giant beast flying over. Someone is coming. Someone suppressed his fear and whispered. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged man from the winged men walking over from that direction. This person seemed to be walking very slowly, step by step. But with each step, endless distance passed under his feet. In a few breaths, this person appeared in the sky. That incomparably terrifying pressure was being emitted from this person. This subordinate greets the patriarch. When the winged clan's experts saw this middle-aged man, they quickly bowed respectfully. Many people were shocked. This person was actually the patriarch of the winged clan. The winged clan was a powerful clan in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. The patriarch of the winged clan was definitely an overlord in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. His strength was unfathomable. Such a person had personally come today. The patriarch of the winged clan swept his gaze across the scene. His eyes were incomparably cold. He said, Yi Xiang has been killed. Although his voice was calm, anyone could tell that it contained a terrifying killing intent. Yes, yes. An old winged clan's expert replied while trembling. Who killed him? The patriarch of the winged clan asked. Him, Lu Ming. The old winged clan's expert pointed at Lu Ming. A bunch of trash. The patriarch of the winged clan scolded. The experts of the winged clan lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Chapter 3087. The winged family's patriarch turned to Lu Ming, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He knew he had miscalculated. He had actually been schemed against by a junior, and his own son had been killed. It could be said that he had given Yi Xiang to Lu Ming to be killed. Xiang, father will definitely get revenge for you. The winged family's patriarch muttered to himself. Then his powerful aura surged toward the Wu family's experts. All of you scram and I can spare your lives, shouted the winged family's patriarch. Winged family's patriarch, my Wu family will protect young master Lu Ming. One of the Wu family's men clenched his teeth. Although they didn't have the slightest chance of victory against the winged family's patriarch, they still had to do what the patriarch had told them to do, even if they had to pay with their lives. Since you want to protect him, then I'll send you all on your way. The Wing family's patriarch's voice was incomparably cold, emitting killing intent. "Yi Kwang, what arrogance! Let's see how you'll kill him." At this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind Lu Ming's group. As soon as he finished his words, another person appeared behind Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming looked over and saw a large man in embroidered robes. His appearance was a bit similar to Wu Zifeng, but he was even more imposing. Patriarch. Seeing this large man, the Wu family's people were delighted and hastily bowed. Lu Ming's heart shook. So this person was the Wu family's patriarch. He was in existence on the same level as the Wing family's patriarch. He was one of the overlords of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Junior Lu Ming greets the Wu family's patriarch. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. "Haha, there's no need to be so courteous." The Wu family's patriarch laughed and waved his sleeve. A surge of energy lifted up Lu Ming. "Wu Hani." The head of the Winged Man clan whispered when he saw the head of the Wu clan. His eyes turned cold. "Yi Kwang, as the patriarch of a family, are you bullying my Wu family because we have no one to fight? Come, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you." The head of the Wu family was very domineering. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others, facing the head of the Winged Man family. Boom! Frightening auras burst forth from the two of them. As their auras clashed, the entire sky within a radius of 1,000,000 li began to tremble violently, as though it was about to collapse. In the middle of the clash of their auras, the void was distorted. Strong chi whistled as if it was about to turn into chaos. The surrounding people retreated again and again, their faces filled with fear. How terrifying! Is this the strength of a family head? Too shocking. I've heard that the clan head's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the God King realm, allowing him to look down on the other God Kings. Now that I've seen it for myself, it seems like the rumors are true. Some of the more powerful God Kings muttered in shock. Peak of the Divine King realm, this was the cultivation of the Winged Clan and Wu Clan's patriarchs. They looked down on all Divine Kings and were incomparably powerful. Such a cultivation was extremely rare even in the entire 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manor. They were the overlords of a region. In the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion, although there were existences above the Divine King realm, those existences were extremely rare and rarely took action. Therefore, if those existences did not take action, the pinnacle of the Divine King realm would be considered as a pinnacle expert. Now, such a figure was going to take action? The auras of the two of them were getting stronger and stronger as they continued to clash in the void. Violent explosions resounded in the sky. Boom. Suddenly, an equally frightening aura surged forth from another direction. That aura mixed with the head of the Winged Man family's aura and pressed down on the head of the Wu family. A terrifying explosion resounded. The head of the Wu family's face changed, his body trembled slightly and involuntarily retreated a few steps. In the distance, a golden light rapidly arrived. With a few flickers, it appeared beside the head of the Winged Man family. That person's entire body was covered in golden light. His aura was terrifying, not the slightest bit inferior to the head of the Winged Man family and the head of the Wu family. Greetings to the head of the family. At the scene, the experts of the Jin family quickly saluted. Everyone's heart shook once again. Another clan head had arrived. Today there would be a great show to watch. After the head of the Jin family arrived, his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. His eyes contained shocking killing intent. He had already received news that Jin Yuan had been killed by Lu Ming. Of the 4 most talented people of the Jin family's younger generation, 2 of them had actually been killed by Lu Ming. His heart was filled with monstrous fury. Wu Hani, this brat killed many of my Jin family's heavenly geniuses. He even killed Brother Yi's son. He has committed a heinous crime and must be executed, said the head of the Jin family coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. What if I say no? Asked the head of the Wu family. If you say no, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect him by yourself, said the head of the Jin family. His entire body was like a golden sun. His terrifying aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. That's right. If you want to protect him, then we can only kill you first. I believe the Heavenly King won't blame us. At this moment, another voice rang out. This voice didn't come from the head of the Winged Man family or the head of the Jin family. It came from another person. Just as he finished speaking, another figure suddenly appeared on the other side. This was also a middle-aged man. He was extremely handsome, and there was a scale between his eyebrows that made him look rather sinister. Greetings, family head. The people of the Qin family immediately bowed. Everyone's hearts shook once again. The head of the Qin family had also arrived. Another peak divine king had arrived. Normally such people were rarely seen. Many people wanted to greet them, but they didn't expect 4 of them to come today. Haha, brother Qin, you've also come. The head of the Winged Man family smiled, then looked at the head of the Wu family and said, Wu Hani, let's see how you're going to protect him now. The head of the Wu family frowned, his expression somewhat ugly. He didn't expect that the heads of the 3 great families would all come. If it was just one of them he wouldn't be afraid. But if 2 of them attacked together he definitely wouldn't be a match. If 3 attacked together he would definitely die. At this moment even if he wanted to protect him he was powerless. I didn't expect that the heads of the 3 great families would all come out for a junior. Truly laughable. Sneered the head of the Wu family. The heads of the 3 great families also had ugly expressions. Today they had appeared and the 3 great families would definitely lose face. Since they had already lost face, then they definitely couldn't let Lu Ming go. Wu Hani, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over that brat or I'll kill you as well. The head of the Winged Man family coldly shouted. His aura became even more oppressive. Lightning covered his entire body, making him look like a god of lightning. The head of the Wu family frowned. The current situation really made it difficult for him to back down. Haha, I, Lu Ming, am truly honored to trouble 3 peak divine kings to personally come. Even if I die it's worth it. At this moment Lu Ming laughed, then stepped forward and arrived beside the head of the Wu family. Wu family head, many thanks for your good intentions. But today's matter, let this junior deal with it himself. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards the head of the Wu family. Chapter 3088. Why don't you let me deal with it myself? Lu Ming's voice spread across the entire place. Many people were stunned. Wouldn't it be a dead end if they let him deal with it himself? Seems like he knows that he's going to die, so he's going all out. He doesn't want to implicate the Wu family, so he's going to die. Seems like he's quite loyal. Some people discussed. Very well, kid. Kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Winged Man family's patriarch said coldly. Unless it was a last resort, he really didn't want to kill a heavenly god junior. It would be a disgrace if word got out. Kill myself? Why should I kill myself? Lu Ming curled his lips slightly and said, Since I came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, I've been secretly ambushed. After coming to the Starry Sky Camp, I've been troubled by the few of you. You're always trying to kill me. I've always been curious as to why you're targeting me and trying to kill me. Now I understand. At this point Lu Ming paused for a moment and then said loudly, That's because you guys are the masterminds behind the theft of the 9Ju Divine Crystal. I have evidence of you guys on me. Therefore you guys are always trying to kill me and snatch the evidence from me. You're not even afraid of being embarrassed. You even took action personally, right? What? There's such a thing? Many people were shocked by Lu Ming's words and they were shocked. Some people even looked at the people from the 3 major families with suspicion in their eyes. It was no secret that the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal was stolen by the people from the Qintian Star Field. Only those with brains could guess that there must be a spy in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Otherwise, how could the people from the Qintian Star Field steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? The key point was, who was the spy? They couldn't find a clue. Now that Lu Ming said that, everyone couldn't help but suspect that the spy was really the Jin family, the Qin family or the Winged Man family. The patriarchs of the 3 major families' faces changed. This was a serious crime. If it was true, even the 3 major families couldn't escape the blame. Little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? The Winged Man family's patriarch shouted, his aura violent. I'll kill you. The head of the Jin family became even more violent. He stepped out and was about to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to kill me and destroy the evidence? Lu Ming shouted. Hearing this, the Jin clan head stopped abruptly. His face was extremely cold and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, at this moment he really couldn't kill Lu Ming. Once he killed Lu Ming, wouldn't it confirm Lu Ming's words? Nonsense. Do you know what kind of crime it is to slander us? The head of the Jin family said coldly. Don't you know in your heart whether or not you have slandered me? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. His voice spread throughout the entire arena. This caused the Winged Nation clan's patriarch and Qin clan's patriarch to feel somewhat bewildered. Among them, the head of the Jin family wanted to kill Lu Ming the most. Could it be that what Lu Ming said was true? That the Jin family was really a mole and deliberately dragged them down? The head of the Jin family glanced at the faces of the Winged Nation clan's patriarch and Qin clan's patriarch. How could he not know what they were thinking? The anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Little brat, you said that you have evidence to prove who was the mole who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Well, now take it out. Take out the evidence. The head of the Jin family said loudly and stared at Lu Ming. That's right. Take out the evidence. If you're talking nonsense, I'll make you beg for death. The head of the Winged Nation clan also shouted. Both of them looked as if they had a clear conscience. This made Lu Ming feel somewhat bewildered. Could it be that these families were really not the mole who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal? Or were they just putting up a front? Well, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you, Lu Ming said loudly. His voice spread far and wide. When Lu Ming's voice fell, a rainbow light flashed in the sky. Then a figure appeared beside Lu Ming. This figure was none other than Blue Merchant. This was something that Lu Ming and Blue Merchant had discussed long ago. When the time was right, Blue Merchant would appear and show the projection to the public. Blue Merchant, it's you. Seeing Blue Merchant, the heads of the Jin family, Winged Nation clan, and Qin clan couldn't help exclaiming. Obviously they all knew the Blue Merchant. What? Surprised to see me? Blue Merchant said indifferently. Who is this kid to you? Why are you protecting him? The head of the Jin family asked coldly. Blue Merchant used to be Jing Yu's teacher. In the entire Taishu dynasty he was a high and mighty figure. His status was much higher than the heads of the 3 families. But now they didn't need to be afraid of Blue Merchant at all. He was just a demoted person. Lu Ming? He's my son-in-law. Can't I? Blue Merchant said indifferently. Huh. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was Blue Merchant's son-in-law? Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Did this guy really want to sell his daughter to him? He actually said that Lu Ming was his son-in-law in public. However, under such circumstances, Lu Ming couldn't deny it. He could only keep quiet. The evidence you want is in my hands. Then Blue Merchant added. Many people's eyes fell on Blue Merchant. Did Blue Merchant really have the evidence of the 9 extinction divine crystal being stolen? So, it was definitely a big deal. Everyone was curious. Then take it out. The head of the Jin family said. His face was calm and there was no unusual expression. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were a little confused. The other party was so calm. Could it be that they guessed wrongly? Or was he really putting up a strong front? At this point there was no way out. It all depended on who could keep their composure. Of course we have to take it out. However, this is a big deal. Before we take out the evidence, I want the Heavenly King Divine Guards to come and be witnesses. Blue Merchant said. Heavenly King Divine Guards. Some people's faces changed. The Heavenly King Divine Guards were a group of guards under the direct command of the 9 extinction Heavenly King. They were all extremely powerful and had great power. They were in charge of enforcing the law. If anyone was found to be the spy who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal, the Heavenly King Divine Guards could directly enforce the law and destroy the culprit. Blue Merchant wanted to put pressure on the other party. If the 3 families really had spies, they would most likely lose their composure and be blackmailed. As the saying goes, those who confess will be lenient. Those who resist will be punished severely. If they confess first, they might be dealt with lightly. That was the human heart. Blue Merchant and Lu Ming's plan was to use strong pressure to blackmail the other party into revealing themselves first. Okay, then let's invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. The head of the Winged Man family spoke first. I agree too. Then the head of the Qin family followed. I agree too. Finally, the head of the Jin family nodded. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that they were mistaken? The spy was not one of the 3 families. Chapter 3089. Alright, let's invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. Blue Merchant said loudly. Then, the Wu family and the 3 major families sent people to invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, there were streaks of rainbow light flying over from afar. As the rainbow light faded, a group of figures appeared in the sky. A few of them were from the 3 major families and the Wu family. There were more than 10 middle-aged men in purple gold armor. Their auras were as heavy as a mountain. Especially the leader. His aura was violent like a war god. He was extremely terrifying. His aura was as strong as the patriarch's. Obviously he was also a peak divine king. Commander Wang. Long time no see, Commander Wang. Seeing this person, the Jin family patriarch and others greeted him. Commander Wang nodded and said, You said that there is evidence of the 9 extinction divine crystal being stolen. Where is the evidence? Lan Shang said it. He said he has evidence. The Winged Man family patriarch said. Commander Wang looked at Blue Merchant and was slightly surprised. He said, Blue Merchant, you have evidence? That's right. Lan Shang nodded. and then a simple and unadorned axe appeared in his hand. This is my son-in-law Lu Ming. He obtained the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon King in a place called Demon Capital Mountain in Chutian Star Field. There is this axe in it. A projection is sealed in this axe. It records how the people of the Chutian Star area colluded with the spies of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion through the Dark Knight Devil to steal the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. Blue Merchant said loudly. Then open it and take a look. Commander Wang said. Blue Merchant glanced at the Jin family patriarch, the Winged Man family patriarch and the Qin family patriarch. He found that the three of them were just staring at him with bright eyes. They did not show any fear or uneasiness. Blue Merchant frowned. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the three families were not the traitors. However, at this time the projection could only be made public. All right. Blue Merchant nodded and then formed a seal. The axe glowed, and the projection of Lu Ming that he had seen last time appeared again. Everyone stared at it without blinking. Soon they finished watching the contents of the projection. It's really the people from Chutian Star Field who stole the Nine Extinction God Crystal. And there really is a spy. However, those spies were all wrapped in black robes and I couldn't see their faces clearly. Furthermore, they didn't reveal which force they were from. But I've finally found the Nine Extinction Godly Crystal. After seeing the projection, the scene fell into an uproar. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Is this your evidence? Although they had found the whereabouts of the Nine Extinction God Crystal, who was the spy? I don't know. The head of the Jin family sneered. That's right. This brat dares to slander our three great clans. How audacious. The head of the Winged Person clan shouted coldly, his aura ice cold. Brat, let me tell you. I want to kill you because you killed my Jin family's geniuses. Today you must pay with your life. The head of the Jin family shouted coldly and took a step forward. His violent aura soared to the sky and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. Now he could finally take action without any scruples. That's right. You killed my son. You must pay with your life. The head of the Winged Person clan flapped his wings and thunder rumbled like a thunder god. As for the head of the Qin family, his figure flashed and his aura locked onto the head of the Wu family to prevent him from intervening. Ridiculous. The Jin family has targeted me repeatedly and tried to kill me. Can't I resist and kill back? And Yi Xiang in the Starfield Ancient City he targeted my wife and almost killed her. Can't I take revenge? Lu Ming laughed. He was fearless facing the heads of the major clans. I don't care what reason you have. Since you killed my Jin family's people, you must die. The head of the Jin family shouted domineeringly. His body was covered with dazzling golden light. He stretched out a palm and formed a golden palm, grabbing at Lu Ming. The palm was huge and boundless, covering a part of the void with a terrifying aura. Lu Ming realized that he couldn't move his body at all. His body seemed to be sealed and he couldn't even blink his eyes. In the face of a divine king, Lu Ming was too weak, like an ant. Stop. The head of the Wu family shouted and wanted to help. However, the head of the Qin family released his aura and locked onto the head of the Wu family. As long as the head of the Wu family made a move, the head of the Qin family would also release a thunderous attack. The head of the Wu family couldn't make a move at all. That kid called Lu Ming is dead meat. It's a pity that a generation's genius provoked the heads of the three major clans. There's no hope for him. Many people sighed. At the side, Commander Wang and the rest of the Heavenly King Divine Guards had no intention of intervening. The golden palm was about to grab Lu Ming. If it hit, Lu Ming would die no matter how strong he was. The gap between them was too big. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed and slashed at the golden palm. Boom. The sword light slashed on the golden palm and a violent explosion erupted. Then the sword light and the golden palm collapsed and disappeared. The head of the Jin family narrowed his eyes and looked at the Blue Merchant. Just now it was the Blue Merchant who attacked. You want to kill him? Have you asked for my permission? The Blue Merchant said indifferently. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body suddenly relaxed. The pressure that the head of the Jin family exerted on him disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that his body was drenched in cold sweat. Facing someone like the head of the Jin family, he was under too much pressure. More importantly, he couldn't resist at all. Blue Merchant, you want to intervene? The head of the Jin family said coldly. Of course he is my son-in-law. Do you think I will watch him be killed? The Blue Merchant said indifferently. What can you do if you don't watch? Do you still think you are the Blue Merchant of the past? The teacher of the rebellious Jingyu? That's all in the past. Back then your star core was destroyed. What do you have to stop me? The head of the Jin family sneered with slight disdain. What? His star core was destroyed? Lu Ming was shocked. This was the first time he heard of this. It turned out that Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed. After breaking through to the Divine King realm, the divine fire would condense into a star core. The star core was the core of a cultivator. It was no wonder that Blue Merchant, as Jing Yu's teacher, was not sealed. Instead, he was allowed to be free. What kind of trouble could a person with a destroyed star core cause? Even if my star core is destroyed, it is enough to deal with people like you. The Blue Merchant smiled faintly, looking very confident. Arrogant. Then let me see what kind of ability you, the person who was called the Imperial Preceptor, in the past, have. The head of the Jin family said coldly. He took a step forward and his aura exploded. Chapter 3090. The Jin family head's aura exploded, emitting a dazzling golden light. Then he slammed his palm toward Blue Merchant. Boom. The void trembled and exploded continuously. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Peak God King experts really had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and even a life planet. Once they attacked, it was too terrifying. Facing a person with a crippled star core, he used a terrifying killing move right off the bat. He wanted to thoroughly kill Lan Shang. However, in the face of this attack, Lan Shang's expression was calm. The center of his brows glowed, and a resplendent light gushed out, forming runes. These runes intertwined with each other, forming a battle sword. The battle sword pierced through the air and slashed out, stunning the world. Boom. The battle sword collided with the Jin family head's void-shattering palm, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Buzz. The battle sword vibrated continuously, and endless sword chi slashed toward the Jin family head. The Jin family head's body shook violently, and he retreated like a meteorite. He retreated a few thousand miles and his face was ugly. He was repelled by a person with a crippled star core. Soul power, how can your soul be so powerful? The Jin family head shouted angrily. Just now, Blue Merchant did not use divine power but soul power. However, how could a person's soul power be so powerful? To be able to repel a peak divine king. So what if I don't have divine power to deal with you? Blue Merchant said indifferently. I don't believe it. Void-shattering palm and void-shattering sword. The Jin family head roared and he used both of his ultimate skills. The golden battle sword pierced through the air, and the golden palm slashed toward Blue Merchant like a heavenly blade. The two types of attacks were aimed at Lan Shang's two vital points. The power of their attacks was shocking. The void-shattering palm and void-shattering sword were both used, but the Jin family head's attacks were 108,000 times stronger than Jin Yuan's. However, Blue Merchant remained calm. His glabella shone, and his soul power surged out, forming runes. Then it turned into a battle sword and he slashed out a few times. Clang, clang. The two of them exchanged a few more blows, but the result was that the Jin family's patriarch was completely suppressed. He kept retreating and the golden light on his body dimmed. With his hands behind his back, Blue Merchant stepped out, revealing his peerless elegance. Don't all of you want to attack? Then let's attack together. Blue Merchant's voice rang out, and countless runes transformed into a huge palm that grabbed at the winged race's patriarch. He wanted to fight one against two. A person with a crippled star core was going to fight two peak divine kings at the same time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. The clan leader of the winged clan let out a long howl. With a flap of his wings, thunder rumbled and boundless thunderbolts blasted towards the giant hand formed by the Blue Merchant. But when the palm pressed down, endless lightning was annihilated. The terrifying palm energy sent the winged race's patriarch flying. Dong. Then Blue Merchant stepped out and the void trembled crazily. Endless runes condensed into two giant hands. One blasted towards the clan leader of the Jin family, and the other blasted towards the clan leader of the winged race. The leaders of the two clans screamed and used all of their strength to fight back. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match. They were completely suppressed. After a few moves, the two patriarchs were hit by the giant hand, and their bodies were thrown thousands of miles away. Their bodies trembled and they vomited blood. They were severely injured. Hiss. Many people at the scene gasped, looking at the figure standing in the void with his hands behind his back. They were filled with shock and disbelief. A person with a crippled star core was able to severely injure two patriarchs with just his soul power. What kind of combat strength was that? If his star core was not crippled, how strong would he be? Everyone seemed to be able to see Blue Merchant's unparalleled glory in the past. Back then Jing Yu had appeared out of nowhere. His talent was unparalleled and rarely seen in the world. At a young age, he rose to power and became the top expert of the Taishu dynasty, suppressing the other princes and even the crown prince. At that time Jing Yu's teacher was also peerless and unparalleled in the world. His strength was unfathomable. At that time, many people thought that Jing Yu would become the ruler of the Taishu dynasty in the future and become the sacred emperor of the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, Blue Merchant was called the Imperial Preceptor. Originally, so many years had passed since Lan Shang's planet core had been destroyed. Many people had almost forgotten about this person, thinking that he would fall silent and disappear forever in the long river of history. They never thought that Blue Merchant's soul power would be so terrifying. Lu Ming is under my protection. How are you going to kill him? Blue Merchant stared at the clan leader of the Jin family and said disdainfully, "Damn it." The clan leader of the Jin family and the clan leader of the winged race roared in their hearts. Both of their families had existences surpassing the God King realm, but there were very few of them. They were all old antiques who had lived for a long time and were in seclusion. If they were to invite such people to deal with a heavenly God realm junior, they would be laughed at. Today with Blue Merchant here they really couldn't kill Lu Ming. Commander Wang, this Lu Ming killed many of our Jin family's experts in broad daylight, as well as the winged race and Qin family's experts. Such a lunatic, he must be punished. The clan leader of the Jin family suddenly turned to the commander of the heavenly divine guards and said with cupped fists, "That's right. My son Yi Xiang was also killed by this person when he was drinking here. He must pay with his life." The clan leader of the winged race also said. They couldn't deal with Blue Merchant, so they could only ask for help from the heavenly divine guards. The heavenly divine guards were responsible for guarding the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor, and this place was also within the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. The heavenly divine guards naturally had the right to intervene. Commander Wang frowned, looked at Lu Ming and said, "Is there such a thing? We tried to kill me many times before and Yi Xiang almost killed my wife. I'm just taking revenge." Lu Ming said, "Bullshit, it's all nonsense. All of this is nonsense from him. When did my Jin family want to kill him? He's the one who tried to frame us. He even slandered us that we're the spies who stole the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor." The clan leader of the Jin family shouted, completely pushing away the matter of wanting to kill Lu Ming. As the head of a family, how could he say such words? How shameless. Lu Ming mocked. The clan leader of the Jin family's face was gloomy and said, "A life for a life. Commander Wang, please enforce the law." As long as the heavenly divine guards intervened, it was useless no matter how strong Blue Merchant was. The heavenly divine guards were full of experts, and there were even existences that surpassed the God King realm. Although Blue Merchant was strong, he had not reached the level of surpassing the God King realm. "If that's the case, Lu Ming, you'll have to come with us." Commander Wang looked at Lu Ming. "Wait." At this moment, the clan leader of the Wu family's voice sounded. "Clan leader of the Wu family, do you have something to say?" Commander Wang said. Chapter 3091. That's right. The Wu family's patriarch stepped out and said, "Although Lu Ming killed several people, don't forget that Lu Ming found the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. This is a great contribution. It can't be offset by the lives of several insignificant people. I think not only is Lu Ming not guilty, he should be heavily rewarded." What? What did you say? You're talking nonsense. The Jin family's patriarch, Winged Man family's patriarch, and the others roared, glaring at the Wu family's patriarch. The people Lu Ming killed were the Winged Man family's patriarch's son and one of the Jin family's 4 heroes. In the Wu family's patriarch's words, these people became insignificant passers-by. Preposterous. Commander Wang frowned. The Wu family's patriarch was right. Finding the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal was indeed a great contribution. He should be heavily rewarded. These are two different things. He found the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. He indeed has a contribution, but that doesn't mean he can be lawless, disregarding the law and kill the innocent. The Jin family's patriarch roared, "Speaking of contributions, everyone here has contributed to the Heavenly King Manor, but can you disregard the law just because you have contributed? Therefore these are two different things. He should be punished." "That's right, a life for a life. This kid must die." The Winged Man family's patriarch also roared. "Ridiculous. Reward and punishment should be clear. Are the people who died more important than the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? I think it's enough to offset the fault. I should even reward him." The Wu family's patriarch said. Commander Wang's frown deepened. He was in a difficult position. If it was an ordinary matter, he could easily solve it. But now, on one side was the Jin family's patriarch, the Winged Man family's patriarch, and on the other side was the Wu family's patriarch and a blue merchant with unfathomable strength. This put him in a difficult position. No matter how he judged, he would offend one side. I can only try my best to balance it out. Commander Wang muttered in his heart, then said loudly, Lu Ming killed people for no reason, it's a great crime, he should be sentenced to death, but since he found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal, his contribution should offset the fault. Lu Ming sneered. Commander Wang's actions showed that he did not offend either side, but in fact he was still biased towards the Jin family's patriarch and the others. Logically speaking, he discovered the whereabouts of the 9 absolute divine crystal. This was a great contribution. The 9 absolute divine crystal was a precious treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor. How shocking was its value. The Wu family's patriarch was right. To the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, the 9 absolute divine crystals' value was far above Yi Xiang, Jin Yuan, and the rest. This was supposed to be a heavy reward, but the other party had brushed it off with just a few words. However, the Jin family's patriarch and the others obviously didn't want to let it go so easily. No, we can't let him go like this. Wouldn't our Jin family's hero have died in vain? And my son Yi Xiang. The heads of the Jin and Winged Man clans shouted. They didn't want to let Lu Ming off just like that. Commander Wang has spoken. What else do you want? Are you questioning the judgment of the Heavenly King Divine Guards? The head of the Wu family said coldly. I'm not questioning Commander Wang's judgment. I'm questioning whether the evidence of him taking out the 9 absolute divine crystal is real or fake. The head of the Jin family said coldly. These words made many people's eyes move. That's right. Whether the evidence that Lu Ming took out was real or fake, it was hard to judge. What if it was fake? Commander Wang's brows furrowed again. If he really wants to make up for his mistakes, that's fine. Unless he brings back the real 9 absolute divine crystal. How about this? I'll give him a chance. Since he found the whereabouts of the 9 absolute divine crystal, then bring it back and let him complete it himself. The head of the Winged Man clan said. His gaze swept around and said, Remember, I'm saying let him do it himself. None of you are allowed to help him or send anyone to help him. Let him complete it himself. This way he can make up for his mistakes. Brother Yi's suggestion is good. I agree. I agree too. The heads of the Jin and Qin families spoke one after another. It would be dangerous for Lu Ming to take back the 9 absolute divine crystal by himself. Moreover, they had too many tricks up their sleeves. They could easily make Lu Ming die without a burial ground. No, I object. Isn't it a joke to let a heavenly god take back the 9 absolute divine crystal? The head of the Wu family said. If not, how can he make up for his mistakes? The head of the Jin family did not back down. You? The head of the Wu family glared at the head of the Jin family. I agree. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming agreed? All right, Wu Hani. This kid has agreed. What else do you have to say? The head of the Jin family said. The head of the Wu family glanced at Lu Ming and shook his head in the end. Since Lu Ming had agreed, what else could he say? Blue Merchant's eyes flashed, but he did not stop him. Remember, you're on your own. Blue Merchant can't help you. The Wu family can't send anyone to help you. Do you understand? The head of the Jin family said. Of course. Lu Ming said. Very well, then we'll wait for your good news. If you can't take back the 9 absolute divine crystal, you'll pay with your life. The head of the Jin family said. That's right. It's settled then. In the end, Commander Wang made the decision. Let's go. The family head of the Jin family, the family head of the Winged Man family, the family head of the Qin family, and the rest cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. They then led the experts of the 3 aristocratic families and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The storm was over. Then Commander Wang left with his men. Lu Ming, you were too impulsive when you agreed just now. Blue Merchant sighed. What else can I do if I don't agree just now? Lu Ming smiled. The Dark Ice tribe shouldn't be weak. Are you confident? Blue Merchant asked. Although you can't help me, you didn't say that I can't borrow other forces. I can still borrow the forces of the Qingtian Starfield. I should be able to deal with the Dark Ice tribe. Lu Ming said. I'm afraid that the Jin family, the Winged Man family, and the Qin family will secretly attack you. Blue Merchant said. Don't worry about that. During this time, I'll send people to keep an eye on the experts above the Divine King realm. The head of the Wu family said. However, they'll obviously send people to keep an eye on us. So, you'll have to rely on yourself. The head of the Wu family said. Well, thank you for your help this time. I'm very grateful. Lu Ming cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Ah, you're friends with Zifeng. That means you're a friend of the Wu family. How can I just sit by and do nothing? The head of the Wu family smiled. Then both parties bade farewell and the head of the Wu family returned to the Wu family. Lu Ming and the Blue Merchant returned to the Starry Camp. Lu Ming, I have a feeling that your trip won't be peaceful. Take this treasure. In the courtyard of the Blue Merchant said. Then he waved his hand and a small pagoda flew out. Chapter 3092. This is? Lu Ming stared at the small pagoda floating in front of him with a puzzled expression. This is the King Pagoda. It can greatly affect the star core of a god king. I refined it personally. Take it, it might be useful. Blue Merchant said. King Pagoda. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had seen this type of treasure in the Demon Capital Mountain before. During the battle in the Demon Capital Mountain, some young geniuses had used similar treasures to besiege the Dark Knight Demon King. This type of treasure could affect the star core of a god king, making it unstable and reducing the opponent's strength. That was how the Dark Knight Demon King had been killed. Of course, this King Pagoda can affect god kings in the 4th or 5th layer at most. The higher the cultivation, the smaller the effect. You have to use it wisely. Blue Merchant warned. Lu Ming nodded and kept it happily. If he used this King Pagoda well, he could turn the tables at a critical moment. Then he chatted with Blue Merchant for a while before leaving. When he left, he saw Lan Ling was still the same as before. She snorted and ignored Lu Ming. Lu Ming was happy to be free. He returned to his residence and bade farewell to Autumn Moon. Lu Ming had no intention of bringing Autumn Moon back to Qintian Star Field. Autumn Moon's cultivation had just improved and she needed time to cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this trip would not be peaceful. It was better for him to travel alone. However, Autumn Moon also wanted to go back with Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head firmly. Only then did Autumn Moon give up. After bidding farewell to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming stepped on the transportation formation back to Qintian Star Field. After a long journey, Lu Ming finally returned to Qintian Star Field. He stepped out of the transportation formation in Myriad Spirit Star. Qintian Starfield, I'm finally back. Lu Ming took a deep breath and smiled. Now that he had returned to the domain of Qintian, he was not only going to wipe out the Dark Iceman and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, but he was also going to settle some old scores. Let's go back to Kongshen School first. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he continued to take the teleportation portal and headed towards the Kongshen School. Teleported to a planet not far away from the Shenkong planet, then Lu Ming soared into the sky, crossed the void and rushed towards the Shenkong planet. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to traverse the universe with his physical body. Now, the speed at which he traversed the starry skies with his corporeal body was even faster than many starry sky battleships. Just like Lu Ming's starry sky battleship, it wasn't even as fast as his corporeal body. Like a phantom, he flew through the universe. In front of him, a planet slowly grew bigger. That was the Kongshen planet. Hoo. Just then a meteorite came crashing towards Lu Ming. This meteorite had a diameter of 1,000 miles. It had been floating in the starry skies before, but it suddenly came crashing towards Lu Ming. Sneak attack. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, then threw a punch at the meteorite. A 9-clawed dragon rushed out with a roar. It was 10,000 meters long and its body was winding. It rushed towards the meteorite and collided with it heavily. Boom. With an earth-shattering roar, the meteorite exploded into small pieces of gravel and flew in all directions. Lu Ming could easily smash a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 miles. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted coldly and looked around. Ha, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation has improved a lot. A sneer was heard. An old man appeared at the place where the meteorite had exploded. The elder looked at Lu Ming with a cold and sinister expression. Yuan Xiao, it's you. Murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This old man was none other than the inner elder of the Kongshen school, Yuan Xiao. His disciple Ing Tsang had been killed by Lu Ming. The great sky saint who was supported by Yuan Xiao had also been killed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming killed the great sky saint, Yuan Xiao sided with the Jizun saint. Later on, the head of the Jizun family betrayed the Kongshen school and was killed by Lu Ming. However, during that battle, Yuan Xiao had some matters to attend to and was lucky to escape. After knowing that the head of the Jizun family had been killed, he didn't dare to return to the Kongshen school. However, his hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. All these years he had been wandering around the Kongshan planet, waiting for Lu Ming to be alone so that he could kill Lu Ming to vent his hatred. However, he had already arrived at the 9-extinction Heavenly King residence. Yuan Shio had waited for so many years. The heavens didn't disappoint those who waited. Finally he met Lu Ming, who was alone. He attacked without hesitation. The meteorite just now was pushed over by Yuan Shio. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Yuan Shio sneered, his murderous intent incomparably cold. You want to kill me with just you? Lu Ming said indifferently with a trace of disdain. When Lu Ming had just entered the Kongshan school, Yuan Shio was indeed high and unreachable to him. He could kill Yuan Shio with a flip of his hand. However, all these were in the past. Lu Ming had grown rapidly. A peak heavenly god like Yuan Shio was nothing in his eyes. Lu Ming, if it wasn't for someone helping you, I would have killed you with a flip of my hand. Yuan Shio shouted coldly. The aura on his body was released completely. A strong pressure pervaded between heaven and earth. Half-step Divine King. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Not bad. Half-step Divine King, it's all thanks to you. Under such great pressure, I broke through and stepped into the half-step Divine King realm. No matter how talented you are, you're nothing in my eyes. Yuan Shio laughed arrogantly. In his heart, no matter how talented and monstrous Lu Ming was, how many years had it been? Lu Ming was definitely not his opponent. After killing Lu Ming, he would find a place to cultivate diligently. Perhaps he could break through to the Divine King realm and become an expert in Qingtian Star Field, living a carefree life. Oh, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. Come, attack me with your strongest attack. I'll let you die in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, what tricks are you playing? Lu Ming's calmness and confidence made Yuan Shio's eyes slightly narrowed. He was a little bewildered and looked around, afraid that there was someone else around. Don't worry, it's just me. There's no one else. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, I don't care what tricks you're playing. In the face of absolute power, everything is useless. Yuan Shio roared and threw a punch. A punch was like a light pillar, blasting towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. It was about to drown Lu Ming. A dragon's roar was heard. A 9-clawed dragon was formed. It roared towards the sky and pounced on Yuan Shio's punch. The 9-clawed dragon's aura was violent. It was several times stronger than Lu Ming's aura when he smashed the meteorite. Boom. When the 9-clawed divine dragon collided with the elementalist's fist force, it immediately dispersed the elementalist's fist force. However, the 9-clawed divine dragon was completely unharmed. Chapter 3093. Lu Ming condensed a 9-clawed dragon and easily defeated the elementalist's attack. The 9-clawed dragon was completely unharmed. Your cultivation? How is this possible? The elementalist's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. This outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, this move was enough to crush Lu Ming and crush Lu Ming into smithereens. But in the end, this move was easily broken by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted a terrifying aura. He found it hard to believe that Lu Ming's strength had reached such a level in such a short period of time. What? Is this all you've got? Now it's my turn. Lu Ming said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. In his opinion, the elementalist's strength was too weak to withstand a single blow. Although the elementalist had reached the level of a half-step divine king, the divine power he controlled was very ordinary. It was only at the level of a king-grade divine power. His strength was far from that of a half-step divine king in the starry camp, let alone Lu Ming. Run. At this moment, there was only one word in the elementalist's mind, and that was to run. He retreated rapidly and dashed in another direction. But Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The elementalist screamed in terror. His old face was contorted into a ball, filled with fear. Lu Ming, spare my life. The elementalist begged for mercy. Kill? But what answered him was Lu Ming's one word, which was filled with killing intent. A 9-clawed dragon roared and pounced towards the elementalist. It grabbed the elementalist with its claws and tore him apart, killing him amidst the elementalist's terrified screams. Back then, Elementalist had managed to avoid a calamity. If not for his appearance, Lu Ming would have almost forgotten about him. However, Elementalist had jumped out to seek his own death. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. After killing the Elementalist, Lu Ming felt much more relaxed and continued flying towards Kongshan School. Not long after, he saw a few streaks of light flying over from the mysterious void star. It's them? Lu Ming smiled. A few elders had come. One of them was Yu Xian's father, Yu Wuya. The other two were also veterans of Kongshan School. Evidently, they had sensed the battle earlier and hurriedly rushed over. Holy Son Lu Ming. Greetings, Holy Son Lu Ming. When Yu Wuya and the others saw Lu Ming, they were slightly taken aback and hurriedly saluted him. Elders, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming smiled. Holy Son Lu Ming, we sensed the fluctuations of a great battle just now. Did you notice it? Yu Wuya asked. It was Elementalist just now. He wanted to kill me. Lu Ming smiled. Elementalist. Yu Wuya and the others' expressions changed. Holy Son, are you alright? Where is Elementalist? Even though they saw that Lu Ming was fine, they still looked worried. Elementalist was an inner elder of Kongshan School and a peak heavenly god. I'm fine. Elementalist has been killed by me. Lu Ming said casually. What? Killed? Yu Wuya and the others were stunned. Then they scanned Lu Ming's surroundings to see if Lu Ming had any helpers. They found it hard to believe that Elementalist was killed by Lu Ming. Let's go back to Kongshan School. I have something to tell you, Lu Ming said. Then he flew towards Kongshan School. Yu Wuya and the others could only suppress their doubts. There are probably other experts following the Holy Sun. They just don't want to show themselves. Yu Wuya and the others thought. They still didn't believe that Lu Ming could kill Elementalist. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to Kongshan School and immediately gathered the upper echelons of Kongshan School. Even though Lu Ming was just a holy son of Kongshan School, his influence was comparable to that of a schoolmaster. This was because everyone knew that there was a terrifying nether dragon behind Lu Ming. After the upper echelons of Kongshan School gathered, Lu Ming told them about the 9 Extinction God Crystal. What? The 9 Extinction God Crystal was stolen by the Dark Ice race. That despicable Dark Ice race. Qingtian Star Zone was almost destroyed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone started discussing. Everyone, I came back this time to destroy the Dark Ice race, take back the 9 Extinction God Crystal, and ensure the safety of Qingtian Star Zone. Therefore, I need the cooperation of the Kongshan School. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, Holy Son. The Kongshan School will do our best. Yu Wuya was the first to speak. We will do our best to cooperate. The other elders also spoke. As for Ouyang Qingxiang and the others, they naturally wouldn't object. That's good. You can start gathering people during this time. Lu Ming nodded. Holy Son Lu Ming, the Dark Ice race was a big race that competed with the Ice Soul race for supremacy. They are extremely powerful. I'm afraid that the Kongshan School alone won't be a match for them. Yu Wuya said. Don't worry. I'll make a trip to the Ice Soul race later. I believe that they will be very willing to cooperate. Lu Ming said. That's good. Yu Wuya and the others nodded. After that, the senior elders left one after another to make preparations. After leaving, they went to a place in the Kongshan School, the Nether Dragon's secret realm. The Bone Demon had taken over the Nether Dragon's body and had been cultivating in the Nether Dragon's secret realm to recover the Nether Dragon's strength. After such a long time, he didn't know how much strength the Nether Dragon had recovered. This time he might need the Bone Demon's help. With familiarity, Lu Ming entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm and flew toward the Bone Demon's place of seclusion. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge Nether Dragon lying on the ground like a mountain range. Its body emitted a dim light. Lu Ming, you're here. When Lu Ming arrived, the Nether Dragon's huge body moved. Its huge eyes looked at Lu Ming. Senior Bone Demon, how's the recovery of this Nether Dragon's strength? Lu Ming asked. Hee, you can feel it. The Bone Demon chuckled. Then a huge dragon aura was emitted from the Nether Dragon's body. This dragon aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. The entire Nether Dragon's secret realm shook violently. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel like he was facing peak Divine King experts like the Jin family and the Winged Man family. This is peak Divine King? Lu Ming said with a trembling voice. Kid, you're quite knowledgeable. Not bad, this Nether Dragon's divine power has been restored to peak Divine King. The Bone Demon chuckled, full of pride. Amazing, amazing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming did not expect that Bone Demon had already restored the Nether Dragon's abilities to the peak of the God King realm. With such abilities, not to mention the Qingtian Star sector, even in the Ninju Heavenly King mansion he would be an overlord. As long as an existence above Divine King did not appear, it would be invincible. It's a pity that this Nether Dragon has been suppressed for so many years. Its origin has been greatly exhausted. Even if I use all my means, it can only recover to this extent. Could it be that it has surpassed Divine King? The Bone Demon sighed. Chapter 3094. After all, the Nether Dragon had been suppressed for many years. Even with Bone Demon's means, recovering to the peak Divine King realm was his limit. It's okay to use it for now. It's not very useful. I'll have to change it in the future. Bone Demon muttered. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. With Bone Demon's current strength and his help, Lu Ming could do many things with ease. Senior Bone Demon, I'm here to ask for your help. Lu Ming then told Bone Demon about the Dark Ice tribe and the 9-Ju sacred crystal. Sure, just let me know when you're ready to set off. Bone Demon said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Logically speaking, Bone Demon was not needed to deal with the Dark Ice tribe this time. However, Lu Ming felt that it would not be so simple this time. He wanted Bone Demon to follow him as a precaution. Lu Ming bade farewell and headed toward the Ice Soul clan. After arriving at the Ice Spirit clan, Lu Ming was immediately received by the tribe leader. How is it, Lu Ming? Is there any news about the 9-Ju sacred crystal? The tribe leader could not wait to ask as soon as he saw Suemo. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, the 9-Ju sacred crystal is indeed with the Dark Ice tribe. It's true. I guessed it right. The tribe leader's eyes lit up. However, I ran into some trouble in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. This time, the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion will not send anyone to help us. They want us to deal with the Dark Ice tribe by ourselves, take back the 9-Ju sacred crystal, and hand it over to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over some things that should not be said. I see. The tribe leader nodded and said, we will do our best to deal with the Dark Ice tribe, but... The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan pondered for a moment. But what? Lu Ming asked. I've been keeping an eye on the Dark Ice tribe all these years. The Dark Ice tribe is hiding in a secret place in the Qingtian Star area. They've built that area into an impregnable fortress. Plus, the Dark Ice tribe is very powerful. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for the Ice Soul tribe and the Kongshen school to destroy the Dark Ice tribe alone. Even if we can, we'll suffer great losses. The chief of the Ice Spirit clan said worriedly. It wasn't that he didn't know where the Dark Ice race was hiding. On the contrary, he knew where the Dark Ice race was hiding. But why hadn't the Ice Soul clan attacked the Dark Ice clan and exterminated the Dark Ice clan for so many years? It was because they weren't strong enough. The Dark Ice race had set up many great formations in their hiding place. They also had many experts. Even if the Ice Soul race was stronger as a whole, they would lose a lot of strength if they wanted to destroy the Dark Ice race. This gave the Red Flame race an opportunity. That was why the Ice Soul race hadn't attacked the Dark Ice race yet. Now, the chief of the Ice Soul race was also worried about the same thing. Don't worry. This matter concerns the safety of the Qingtian Star Zone. The other forces can't stay out of it. The Red Flame race, the 3 overlords and the other forces have to send people to fight. Lu Ming said. It's not that easy to get them to send people to fight. The chief of the Ice Soul race sighed. Send someone to inform them first. If they don't send people to fight, we'll think about it later. Lu Ming said. The chief of the Ice Soul race nodded. This was the only way. Immediately, the chief of the Ice Soul race sent messengers to the other forces to inform them to send experts to fight. They wanted to exterminate the Dark Ice race and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal to protect the safety of the Qingtian Star Zone. Lu Ming waited in the Ice Soul race's headquarters. At this moment, the various forces were welcoming uninvited guests. In a hall of the Invincible Kenzo sect master led the experts of the Invincible Kenzo to welcome a young man. The young man wore a golden robe and stood in the hall with his hands behind his back. He had a proud look on his face. He was only a heavenly god, but he looked as if he didn't care about the supreme beings of the Invincible Kenzo sect master. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to tell that the young man was from the Jin clan of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Greetings, envoy of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others bowed respectfully to the young man from the Jin clan. No need to be so polite. The young man from the Jin clan waved his hand and said, let's get straight to the point. I'm here for the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Envoy, didn't you say that the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal will be given 1,000 years later? It's not time yet. The faces of the Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed. Let me finish first. The young man from the Jin clan's face darkened. The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others did not dare to make a sound. There's a man called Lu Ming from the Qingtian Star Field who came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to investigate the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. the young man from the Jin clan said. Lu Ming. The faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again when they heard that. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming found out about the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The 9 Extinction Divine Crystal is in the hands of a tribe called the Dark Ice Tribe in the Qingtian Star Field. The young man from the Jin clan continued. The faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again. They were surprised. They did not expect the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal to be in the hands of the Dark Ice Tribe. However, this Lu Ming is audacious and has no regard for the law. He has offended a big shot in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Therefore, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion sent Lu Ming back to take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. However, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion will not send anyone to help him. However, I reckon that Lu Ming will ask the local forces of the Qingtian Star Field to help him take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The young man from the Jin clan said. After hearing that, the faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again. After a while, the invincible Kenzo sect master said, Don't worry, I know what to do. The invincible Kenzo sect master will not send anyone to help Lu Ming and prevent him from completing the task. He thought that the young man from the Jin clan had come to warn him not to send anyone to help Lu Ming. This was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to send anyone to help Lu Ming anyway. No, no, no. The young man from the Jin clan shook his head and said, What I mean is not only must you send someone but you must also send all your experts. What? The invincible Kenzo sect master and the others were confused. Could it be that the messenger was here to help Lu Ming? However, the young man from the Jin clan changed his tone and his eyes flashed. He said, You must send all your experts. When you take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, you must find a chance to kill Lu Ming. Do you understand? The invincible Kenzo sect master and the others were shocked. They finally understood what the young man from the Jin clan meant. The young man meant for them to pretend to cooperate and find a chance to kill Lu Ming. The young man's real goal was to kill Lu Ming. Understood. Don't worry, messenger. We will do our best to kill Lu Ming. The invincible Kenzo sect master bowed and replied, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3095. Killing Lu Ming was exactly what the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo wanted. He had been thinking about killing Lu Ming all the time. This was great news for him. Of course, he agreed without hesitation. This time, not only you, but all the forces in the Qingtian Star area that have a grudge against Lu Ming will participate. When the time comes, Lu Ming will die. The young man from the Jin family said, his eyes flashing with cold light. This time, the Jin family, the Winged Man family, and the Qin family had sent many young men to the Qingtian Star area. They knew that the Wu family would keep an eye on the experts of those families. Sending experts to the Qingtian Star area to kill Lu Ming was inconvenient. After all, they had to go through the teleportation formation. However, the Wu family could not keep an eye on the young men below the Divine King realm. There were too many young men from those families. Moreover, those young men often traveled outside to temper themselves. It was too easy for them to go anywhere they wanted. Therefore, the families had sent some young men to the Qingtian Star area to communicate with the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming secretly. How could they let Lu Ming get the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal so easily? They could not let him go back alive. This was the reason why the patriarch of the Jin family and the others had taken a step back. With so many forces joining hands, Lu Ming will die. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo said. Yes, of course he has to die. Also, this time, my Jin clan has brought you a reward. Then, a jade bottle appeared in the young man's hand. This is... The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo was puzzled. There is a king breakthrough pellet in here. Your cultivation base is in the 3rd king god realm, right? After you take it, your cultivation base will reach the 4th king god realm in a short time. The young man from the Jin family said. What? My cultivation base will reach the 4th king god realm? The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at the jade bottle in the young man's hand. If it were not for the young man's identity, he would have snatched it away. Breaking through to the 4th king god realm. He almost jumped up, his face flushed red with excitement. It was too difficult to break through the Divine King realm. He had cultivated for countless years and used countless treasures to reach the 3rd sky of King God realm. However, this was already his limit. He understood that it was very likely that he would stop here in this lifetime. However, the king-breaking pellet from the young man of the Jin family could help him break through to the 4th King God layer. How could he not be excited? In the Qingtian Star area, Only the Ice Soul clan and the Flaming Flame clan had the fourth sky of King God realm. They were the two strongest clans in the Qin Tian Star area. If he were to break through to the fourth stage of the Dao God King realm, he would immediately become an invincible existence in the Qin Tian Star field. His heart was already beating violently. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of the young man's mouth. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, not many people would use the King Breakthrough Pill. Indeed, the King Breaking Pill could allow one to break through a cultivation level in a short period of time. However, there was a huge drawback to it, and that was that after breaking through, one could forget about breaking through again. Sacrificing the future in exchange for a breakthrough in the present, which genius would do such a thing? However, it was suitable for people like the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. The Jin family and the Winged Man clan were well aware of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming had a metallic life form that could kill a third King God layer existence. If the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo and the others went to kill Lu Ming, they would definitely not be able to do so. However, if they could break through to the fourth King God layer, they would have a great chance of killing Lu Ming. Take it. Hurry up and break through. The young man of the Jin family handed the jade bottle to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo trembled as he received the bottle, and then thanked him profusely. The other senior members of the invincible Kenzo looked incomparably envious. The young man of the Jin family sneered inwardly. He naturally didn't tell the invincible Kenzo about Lu Ming's true strength. If he told them, they would be fearful. When the time came, they wouldn't be as decisive. As for whether these people would be killed by Lu Ming, he couldn't be bothered. In his eyes, these people were trash. If they died, they died. What did it have to do with him? As long as he could kill Lu Ming. If you do well this time, the Jin family won't mistreat you. The young man of the Jin family made an empty promise, then left the invincible Kenzo. At the same time, young men from the immeasurable sacred ground, the Mystic Academy, and the Flaming Tribe arrived. Moreover, they were all given King Breakthrough pills to help them break through. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally didn't know about this. He waited quietly in the Ice Soul clan's residence. Before long, the people the Ice Soul clan's patriarch had sent to the various factions responded. They agreed? And they said they would do their best? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback when he heard this. That's right. Whether it's the Flaming Tribe or the Invincible Kenzo, they agreed to send people to kill the Dark Eye Soul clan and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The reason they gave was for the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone. That's strange. I thought they wouldn't agree so readily. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch frowned, full of doubts. Who cares what tricks they're playing? We'll deal with it when the time comes. Perhaps they really do care about the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone. If they don't take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, they'll die in 1,000 years. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming naturally didn't believe that the other party would agree so readily. He guessed that there must be something fishy going on. However, he had the Bone Demon. What was he afraid of? I hope so. I'll start gathering the experts and head to the Myriad Spirit Star. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch said. Lu Ming nodded, then left the Ice Soul clan and returned to the Kongshen school. A month later, the experts of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Flaming Tribe and the Ice Soul clan gathered at the Myriad Spirit Star. The Ice Soul clan is familiar with the territory of the Dark Ice Soul clan. This time you lead the way. The Flaming Tribe's patriarch said to the Ice Soul clan's patriarch. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch nodded, then the experts set off. They took the teleportation formation to an area not far from the Ice Soul clan. Then they took the interstellar battleships and rushed to the hiding place of the Dark Ice Soul clan. The interstellar battleships cut across the starry sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Soon, a galaxy appeared in front of them. From afar, this galaxy looked extremely strange. The light of the star in this galaxy was very dim, as if it was about to be extinguished. However, some of the planets around the star were snow-white. From afar they looked like white pearls. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel a terrifying chill permeating the air. This is where the Dark Eye Soul clan is hiding. The entire galaxy has been set up by the Dark Eye Soul clan. It won't be easy to break in. We'll need to work together. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill. The Flaming Tribe's patriarch said. Okay, let's break the formation first, then kill our way in. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch nodded. Chapter 3096. After reaching an agreement, they left the cosmic battleship and crossed the starry sky with their physical bodies, rushing toward the galaxy where the Dark Ice tribe lived. In the starry sky they rushed forward like shooting stars. This time, The weakest among those who came to attack the Dark Ice tribe was a heavenly god. They had no problem crossing the starry sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation. As soon as they appeared, they were discovered by the people of the Dark Ice tribe. They shouted loudly. Suddenly runes appeared on those snow-white planets. These runes intertwined again and formed a huge formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then endless sword lights rushed out from those planets. Each of the battle swords was extremely huge. They were completely made of ice and were tens of thousands of miles long. They were extremely powerful. You want to stop us with a formation? Destroy them. The leader of the flaming tribe shouted coldly. His body was as dazzling as the sun. With a slap, dozens of ice swords exploded. At the same time, the leader of the invincible Kenzo and the others also attacked. Sword lights rushed into the sky and destroyed those ice swords. They naturally had to attack now to lower Lu Ming's guard. However, they did not use their full strength. Bam! Bam! The ice swords formed by the Dark Ice tribe's formation kept exploding. In the face of so many experts from the Qintian galaxy, the Dark Ice tribe's formation was not strong enough. Soon they rushed into the galaxy. Boom! Boom! The 13 sects of Qintian, the Flaming Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe had so many divine kings. With so many divine kings attacking together, the power was earth-shattering. Rays of divine light blasted toward those planets. Boom! 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 Those planets seemed to have experienced a magnitude of tens of earthquakes. Every ray of divine light blasted a large part of the planet. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a true landslide. When a divine king attacked with his full strength, he could really destroy a planet. Moreover, there were so many divine kings. It was devastating. The earth collapsed and the entire planet kept exploding. The formation engraved on the planet was naturally destroyed. There were screams coming from those planets. Those were the people of the Dark Ice tribe. Under the attack of the divine kings, those people of the Dark Ice tribe exploded and their bodies and souls were destroyed. How dare the Dark Ice clan steal the treasures of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Kill without mercy. Cold voices sounded out as everyone broke through the barriers. The outermost planets of the star system were quickly broken through. Everyone charged into the depths of the galaxy. There was a huge planet closest to the star. That was the core of the Dark Ice race. Very quickly, all the planets in the periphery were broken through by them. They directly killed their way to the core planet. That is the core base of the Dark Ice race. Kill. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan pointed at the vast glacier in front of them and shouted. In front of them was a vast expanse of glaciers. As far as the eye could see, glaciers that were tens of thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere, and they occupied a vast and boundless area. This was the real core of the Dark Ice tribe. Many of the Dark Ice tribe's experts lived here. The chieftain of the Ice Soul clan led a large number of experts of the Ice Soul clan to attack the glacier. Lu Ming and the experts from Kongshan School also rushed inside. Boom! Boom! At this moment, powerful auras burst out from the endless glacier. Some of them had even reached the Divine King realm. The experts of the Dark Ice tribe also came out. Bastards of the Ice Soul clan. Kill. Let's fight to the death. The people of the Dark Ice tribe roared. They knew that they would not be able to survive today. They could only fight to the death. Many figures rushed out from the endless glacier and fought with the experts of the Ice Soul clan in Kongshan School. A fierce battle broke out. At this moment, the people of the Flaming Tribe, Invincible Kenzo, Mystic Academy and other forces slowed down and even stopped at the back. Let them fight first. It's best if both sides are injured. Let's get ready too. The sect master of the Invincible Kenzo and the dean of the Winged Demon Academy communicated secretly. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. In the end, they stopped at a distance and secretly prepared. These fellows are indeed unreliable. The people of the Ice Soul clan also noticed those people's actions. However, they were busy fighting with the Dark Ice tribe and could not do anything about it. There's something fishy going on. Lu Ming stood in the air, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. He naturally saw the actions of the Invincible Kenzo and other forces. If these people want to die, I don't mind swallowing them whole. A black-robed man next to Lu Ming sneered. This black-robed man was naturally Guillemot in disguise. No, don't attack unless it's absolutely necessary, Lu Ming said. Guillemot was his trump card. He would not attack unless it was absolutely necessary. The two sides continued to fight, but Lu Ming's side had the upper hand. Even if there were only the Ice Soul clan and Kongshan School, their strength was far above the Dark Ice tribes. Previously, they had been wary of the killing formation set up by the Dark Ice tribe. Now that the killing formation had been broken, the Dark Ice tribe was naturally no match for them. There was an elder from the Ice Soul clan who was extremely powerful. Wherever he went, no one was his match. He had already killed 6 divine kings. Lu Ming could see that the elder was at the 4th layer of the King God realm. He should be the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan. The Dark Ice tribe did not have anyone at the 4th layer of the King God realm. The strongest was at the 3rd layer of the King God realm. The 3rd layer of the King God realm from the Dark Ice tribe was locked in a fierce battle with the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan. However, no one was a match for the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan. He was invincible. His body flashed and he killed an expert of the Ice Soul clan. With the help of the other experts, the battle was one-sided. Soon, more than half of the Ice Soul clan's experts were killed. Anine, how dare you steal the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? How dare you? Hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan shouted. Don't even think about it. If you want it, come and get it yourself. The Dark Ice tribe's patriarch sneered. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan charged toward Anine, the leader of the Dark Ice clan. Boom. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan slammed his palm down. A boundless cold wave turned into a terrifying palm energy that shot toward Anine. And Yin's expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to counter the attack. However, a 3rd layer of the King God realm could not withstand the strength of a 4th layer of the King God realm. With a loud explosion, and Yin's body was sent flying. Even though he cultivated ice attribute divine power, a layer of ice still appeared on his body, almost freezing him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as the blood came out, it turned into ice crystals. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan pounced on Anine like a ferocious lion. Senior, please spare his life. Lu Ming shouted in time. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan held back a little. However, Anine was still sent flying. A layer of ice covered him completely, making it difficult for him to move. Chapter 3097. Anine from the Dark Ice clan was frozen by the ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan and could not move. Lu Ming moved and landed beside Anine. Where is the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? Give it to me. Lu Ming said coldly. How do you know that the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal is in the hands of the Dark Ice clan? Anine asked unwillingly. Oh, it seems that the person behind you did not inform you that you have been exposed? It seems that you have been abandoned by the person behind the scenes. Lu Ming sneered. The other side was not prepared. Obviously, they did not know that they had been exposed. The person behind the scenes did not inform them. Obviously, they had abandoned the Dark Ice clan to protect themselves. Damn it! Anine roared angrily. He had also figured this out and his anger soared to the sky. You've all been abandoned, so there's no need to hide anymore. Tell me who's the one behind you. Which family is it? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Anine shook his head. You don't know? Even at this point, you're still helping to hide it. They've already abandoned you. Lu Ming said coldly. I don't know, I just don't know. Every time we meet them, they are wrapped in black robes and meet at the Devil Capital Mountain. I only know that they are a great force of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but I don't know who they are. Also, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal is in my storage ring. Take it. I hope you can let go of the people of the Dark Ice clan with low cultivation. They are no threat to you. Anine let out a long sigh. He knew that he would not be able to survive today. The winner took all. He knew that. He only hoped that the people of the Dark Ice clan with low cultivation could survive. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the Dark Ice clan did not know who the person behind the scenes was. This could be inferred from the fact that the person behind the scenes did not inform the Dark Ice clan. If the Dark Ice clan knew who the person behind the scenes was, the person behind the scenes would not dare to let Lu Ming kill them. Was he not afraid that the Dark Ice clan would betray them? It was obvious that the person behind the scenes was not worried at all. He knew that the Dark Ice race did not know who they were. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This clue was broken again. Could it be that the mastermind was so difficult to find? Then Lu Ming took An Yin's storage ring and searched through it. Not long after, Lu Ming took out a small dark golden box. After opening it, there was a crystal inside that emitted a shocking energy. This was the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Looking at the 9 Extinction God Crystal, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a fiery glow. The 9 Ju Divine Crystal was definitely a rare treasure. Its value might not be lower than the stellar core that he had obtained previously. However, It was a treasure of the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion and he dared not be greedy. The clan leader of the Ice Spirit clan and the others naturally did not dare to covet the Nine-Ju Divine Crystal. It was a hot potato. If they did not handle it well, they would be wiped out. No matter how valuable it was, they could only look at it. Ice Spirit clan leader, this storage ring and the Dark Ice tribe are yours to deal with, Lu Ming said as he handed an Yin's storage ring to the Ice Spirit clan leader. All right. When this is over, we will divide the spoils equally. The Ice Spirit clan's patriarch smiled and put away the storage ring. Then he looked at an Yin coldly and attacked, killing an Yin with a final blow. He would not let an Yin go. The battle that followed did not have any suspense. The Dark Ice tribe was almost completely wiped out. However, the Ice Spirit clan did not kill all of them. They did not kill some of the weaker members of the Dark Ice tribe. After cleaning up, the Kongshen school and the Ice Spirit clan met up and flew out. Ice Spirit clan leader, be careful later. Lu Ming reminded the Ice Spirit clan leader. The Ice Spirit clan leader's eyes flashed. He was a smart man and naturally knew what Lu Ming meant. The Flaming Tribe, the three overlord forces and some top sects did not follow. They most likely did not have good intentions. He secretly ordered the people of the Ice Spirit clan to form a large array. Soon they flew out of the glacier. Boom, boom. As soon as Lu Ming and the others flew out of the glacier, powerful auras came from all directions. Countless figures appeared from all directions and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Their powerful auras firmly locked onto them. These people were the Flaming Tribe, the three overlord forces and the other sections. What do you want? The Ice Spirit clan leader asked coldly. It's simple. Hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Also, Lu Ming, kill yourself. The invincible Kenzo sect leader took a step forward and said in a cold voice. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Kongshen school and the Ice Spirit clan changed drastically. Especially the people of the Kongshen school. Their expressions were even uglier. These people were targeting Lu Ming at this time. You guys are really greedy. Not only do you want the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, but you also want my life. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. His face was calm and there was no trace of worry. These people's actions were within his expectations. Haha, today all the major forces are here. I'm not afraid that you can overturn the situation. Lu Ming, you'll definitely die today. I advise you to hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal and we'll give you a quick death. The Winged Demon Academy's dean sneered. If they took the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's residence, they would definitely be rewarded. They would not miss this opportunity. This operation could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Lu Ming, don't believe them. Even if you agree to them, they won't let us go. The Ice Spirit clan leader shouted. The other party had mobilized so many people. How could they let them go so easily? Haha, you're right. Today the Ice Spirit clan and Kongshen school will be destroyed. A big man from the Flaming Flame clan laughed. He was the Flaming Flame clan leader. Let's rush out together. At this moment, the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor shouted angrily. His aura burst out and he wanted to rush out from one of the directions. Old Ice, your opponent is me. An old man from the Flaming Flame clan dashed out. His body was covered in flames like a sun as he attacked the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor. Boom. The two of them exchanged a blow. It was earth-shattering. The sky trembled. Half of the sky turned into ice and snow while the other half turned into flames. Old Flaming Flame. The Ice Spirit clan's ancestor shouted angrily. The old man from the Flaming Flame clan was the Flaming Flame clan's ancestor. He was also in the 4th layer of the King God realm. The Flaming Flame clan and the Ice Spirit clan's ancestors were both in the 4th layer of the King God realm. That was why the two clans had been fighting for so many years without a clear winner. Kill? The Flaming Flame clan's ancestor shouted and rushed towards the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor. The two experts engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 3098. Let's get out of here, shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. He wanted to lead the Ice Spirit clan to get out of here. However, at this moment, a strong and scorching chi wave rolled towards the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. It was the Scarlet Flame clan's patriarch. He punched out, and a scorching fist energy shot towards the Ice Soul clan's patriarch. Shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. An ice sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan. Boom. The ice sword hit the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan, exploding violently. Buzz. The ice sword trembled violently and crazily. In the end, it exploded with a bang. The Ice Soul Patriarch was also pushed back by a terrifying force. His body crashed into a glacier, and the entire glacier exploded. The Patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan vomited blood, his face pale. Fourth King God Lair. You've broken through to the Fourth King God Lair. How is that possible? Shouted the Patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. He had fought with the Patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan for a long time. He knew each other well. The Patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan was about the same as him in terms of talent and strength. It was impossible for him to break through to the Fourth King God Lair so quickly. However, the Patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan had broken through to the Fourth King God Lair. How could he not be shocked? What? Fourth King God Lair? Oh my God. The Patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan has broken through to the Fourth King God Lair. The Ice Spirit clan's members all paled. Many of them had pale faces. In the past, the two clans each had a Fourth King God Lair expert. In terms of top fighting strength, the two clans were equal. However, the Flaming Flame clan was stronger than the Ice Spirit clan. But now, the Flaming Flame clan had two Fourth King God Lair experts. In terms of top fighting strength, they had the upper hand. To the Ice Spirit clan, it was a disaster. Ah! I told you the Ice Spirit clan will be destroyed today. The Flaming Flame clan's patriarch laughed wildly. He was so excited. Especially when he saw the despair in the Patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan's eyes, he felt so happy. Don't worry. I won't kill you so soon. I will kill Lu Ming first, then I will kill all the people of the Ice Spirit clan. Ah! The Flaming Flame clan's patriarch laughed wildly. The matriarch of the Ice Soul race roared. She was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. The difference between the Third King God Realm and the Fourth King God Realm was too big. The Patriarch of the Ice Soul clan was severely wounded. Let's get the 9 Extinction God Crystal first. Lu Ming, tell me, is the 9 Extinction God Crystal in your hands? The Dean of the Winged Demon Academy looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's right, it's in my hands. Lu Ming smiled and a small purple gold box appeared in his hand. He picked it up and shook it. His expression was calm from beginning to end. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted to the small box in Lu Ming's hands. Dean, I will go and snatch the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Sect Master, I will go and snatch the 9 Extinction God Crystal. Patriarch. At this moment, experts from the Mystic Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, the Immeasurable Holy Land, and the Flaming Flame clan stepped out and rushed towards Lu Ming. They all wanted to obtain the 9 Extinction God Crystal. The one who obtained the 9 Extinction God Crystal and handed it over would definitely receive more rewards. These forces had already started competing. There was a total of 8 experts from the 4 forces. They pounced on Lu Ming and all of them were half-step Divine Kings. As for the Divine Kings, they hadn't taken action yet. They didn't need a Divine King to deal with Lu Ming. Holy Sun. Yu Wuya and the other elders of the Kongshen school were shocked. They wanted to help Lu Ming, but the Divine Kings of the Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kenzo had locked their auras. If they moved, they would suffer a thunderous attack. Don't do anything. These dogs and cats can't do anything to me. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was calm, but it was filled with disdain. When those words reached the ears of the other great forces, they were infuriated. A heavenly god junior, you're just an ant. You're courting death. Arrogant. Let's see if you have the ability to be so arrogant. Those half-step Divine Kings who rushed towards Lu Ming roared furiously. They used all sorts of techniques and attacks to envelop Lu Ming. 8 half-step Divine Kings attacking at the same time was terrifying. Not to mention a heavenly god junior, even a true Divine King would have to be cautious. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, these people couldn't even withstand a single blow. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming muttered and used the Divine Dragon Dharma Idol art. Both of his hands pressed against the void. Instantly, dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth. 9-clawed dragon appeared one after another. The 9-clawed Divine Dragon that was the first to condense roared and pounced towards the fastest half-step Divine King. It waved its claws and destroyed the half-step Divine King's attack. Then, in front of the half-step Divine King's shocked eyes, the dragon claw grabbed his body and squeezed. A miserable shriek was heard as the half-step Divine King was crushed to death. What? Many people were shocked. A half-step Divine King was actually killed so easily. At this time, a second 9-clawed dragon arrived in front of a second Divine King. Just like the first Divine King, this half-step Divine King was also unable to withstand a single blow. His body was torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. Not good. Retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining 6 half-step divine kings who were charging towards Lu Ming were completely shocked. They almost lost their courage and frantically retreated. You want to retreat now? What a joke. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. The 9-clawed dragon's speed was incomparably shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived behind those people and unleashed a terrifying slaughter. Several half-step divine kings were killed in succession. This scene stunned the crowd. Those who knew Lu Ming were stupefied. Lu Ming was just a junior. How could he be so strong? He could easily kill half-step divine kings. That kind of strength was too terrifying. Stop. Damn it. Furious roars could be heard from the Yimo Academy and the Imperishable Sword Sect. 2 figures dashed out from the Yimo Academy as a terrifying pressure spread out from them. Divine Kings. 2 divine kings at the first divine king layer had joined the battle. The 2 of them rushed forward wanting to stop Lu Ming. However, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, the 8 half-step divine kings were already dead. None of them were left alive. Brat, I'll skin you alive. I'll make you beg for death. The 2 divine kings roared and furiously charged towards Lu Ming. Their terrifying pressure caused the void to tremble unceasingly. Many people's expressions changed. Divine kings were too terrifying. Lu Ming, Yu Wuya and the others were extremely worried. But at this moment they wanted to help, but the other side's experts had locked onto them. Once they attacked, they would face a chaotic battle. Chapter 3099. Divine kings are finally taking action? Lu Ming said indifferently. He waved his hands and another 9-clawed dragon appeared in the sky. Adding the previous 8 9-clawed dragons, there were 9 in total. The 9 9-clawed dragons gathered together and attacked the 2 divine kings. The 2 god kings also unleashed terrifying attacks at the 9-clawed divine dragon. Boom. Boom. In the sky there was a violent roar and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 9 9-clawed dragons had retreated several tens of thousands of meters. However, the 2 divine kings were also blocked. This scene caused many people's eyes to widen. Lu Ming could block the attacks of 2 divine kings. What kind of monster was he? This. The experts of the Kongshen school, Yu Wuya and the others were also dumbfounded. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not as strong as the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. The reason why he hadn't used his ancient god body was because he wanted to test his opponent's strength. He realized that although these 2 divine kings were also at the first divine king realm, they were weaker than the Dark Knight Devil King, let alone the divine kings of the Jin family and the Winged Men clan. At the same level, the divine kings of the Jin family and the Winged Men clan were stronger. Lu Ming didn't need to use his ancient god body to block them. Damn it. Kill. Seeing that they had failed to take down Lu Ming, the 2 divine kings felt embarrassed. They flew into a rage out of humiliation. Both of them roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming again. I don't want to play with you anymore. At this moment, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then his body rapidly enlarged. Brr. Lu Ming turned into the green-armored ancient god. A roar came from his throat. A wild aura spread everywhere, shaking the earth. Boom. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches. 2 mountain-like fist forces blasted towards the 2 divine kings. There was a terrifying whistling sound in the void. The terrifying fist forces pressed down on the 2 divine kings, shattering their attacks directly. This is... No. The 2 divine kings screamed in fear. In the next moment, their bodies exploded like watermelons. Their souls were destroyed. Instant kill. 2 divine kings had been instantly killed by Lu Ming. Time and space seemed to freeze. At this moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Countless people were dumbfounded. Even the patriarchs of the Ice Soul clan and the Flaming Flame clan stopped fighting and looked at this scene in shock. At this moment, Lu Ming became the center of attention and everyone's attention was focused on him. Boom. After a while, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Heavens, heavens, what did I just see? He killed 2 god kings. I'm not dreaming, right? No, I must be dreaming. He's only at the 6th level of the celestial god realm. How could he kill a god king? This is crazy. At this moment, whether it was the Scarlet Flame race, the Ice Soul race, or the Qintian 13 sects experts, they were all indescribably shocked. A 6th level heavenly god had killed 2 divine kings. That was simply inconceivable. They had never heard of such a thing. He. The ones who were the most shocked were the few heavenly geniuses of the 3 overlords. This time, the majority of the people who had come were heavenly gods and above. Therefore, some of the top heavenly geniuses of the various factions had also come. For example, the invincible Kenzo's Sun Sword Dao Limitless. The strongest heavenly genius of the Scarlet Flame race, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, and the others. Even the invincible Kenzo's son, Ling Hu Yi, was among them. However, these people were completely dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped in shock. Clearly they were unable to calm down. Looks like my battle with him back then was a joke. Ling Hu Yi smiled bitterly. Ling Hu Yi was the same as Lu Ming. They were both from the chaotic astral river. Back then they had participated in the Qin Tian 13 sects assessment together. In the end, Lu Ming had obtained first place, while Ling Hu Yi had obtained second place. At that time, Ling Hu Yi was not convinced. He felt that his talent was not inferior to Lu Ming's. Furthermore, he had made a battle with Lu Ming 1,000 years later. In these years, his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he had already grasped divine-grade divine power. With his comprehension, it was only a matter of time before he grasped divine-grade divine power and became a divine son. He was originally high-spirited, but now, compared to Lu Ming, he realized that he was simply a frog in a well. The difference between him and Lu Ming was too great. There was no comparison at all. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be able to kill him with a puff of air. This brat. The dean of the Mystic Academy, the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, and the others were terrified. Lu Ming was too terrifying. It had only been a short time, but he had already grown to this level. In a few more years they would not be his opponents. Kill. Today they had to kill Lu Ming. They absolutely could not let Lu Ming live. This was the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, the dean of the Mystic Academy, and the others all had the same thought. Kill. Experts of the second layer of the King God realm and above, attack together and kill Lu Ming. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, the Winged Demon Academy, and the others all gave the same order. For the time being they did not plan to attack. They had all obtained the King-breaking pellet and had broken through to the fourth layer of the King God realm. However, they had just broken through and their cultivation bases had not yet stabilized. If they attacked now, it would not be good for their foundation. Moreover, they wanted to hide their cultivation bases so that when they competed with other forces in the future, they could suddenly reveal their cultivation bases and kill their opponents when they were unprepared. The leaders of the other forces all had the same idea, so they ordered their subordinates to attack first. No matter how heaven-defying Lu Ming was, they did not believe that Lu Ming could be a match for experts of the second layer of the King God realm. Moreover, there were experts of the third layer of the King God realm among them. If these people attacked together, even if there were 10 Lu Ming, he would be dead for sure. Boom boom. As soon as the order was given, terrifying auras diffused from the other forces. The terrifying pressure spread everywhere, making many people feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Terrifying experts stepped out from each of the major forces. The weakest among these people was at the second layer of the King God realm. Some of them were even at the third layer of the King God realm. These were the trump cards of the other forces. Lu Ming's face became solemn. Facing these experts, he was indeed not their match. Qiuqiu. Lu Ming's mind flickered. Qiuqiu on his wrist began to move, turning into an armor covering Lu Ming. Come. Lu Ming let out a long roar and took the initiative to charge out. Kill. Kill. A few experts shouted coldly. Their god power surged, attacking Lu Ming fiercely. The second layer of the King God realm was much stronger than the first layer of the King God realm. Even if they were not as strong as the experts of the Jin family, Lu Ming alone would not be able to defeat them. However, with Qiuqiu it was different. Boom boom. Lu Ming punched. His fist was covered with thick lightning bolts. The lightning bolts were thicker than a person's waist. They struck two second layer of the King God realm experts. Chapter 3100. Lu Ming threw a punch. Bolts of lightning engulfed the two experts at the second King God realm. Those were the lightning bolts released by Qiuqiu. How powerful were they? The two second King God realm experts didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies turned into ashes in the lightning, disappearing without a trace. This scene was even more shocking than when Lu Ming had killed the two first King God realm experts in just a second. It had almost scared them to death. Die. Lu Ming shouted. His aura was like a rainbow as he punched out again. Some more lightning strikes struck out. This time, a third King God realm warrior was covered in them. This third King God realm expert was an ancient senior elder of the Mystic Academy. He had lived for a long time and his strength was formidable. However, at this moment, his face was filled with fear. He tried his best to resist but found that he couldn't resist the lightning bolts. He let out an unwilling scream as all of his defenses were destroyed. The lightning struck his body heavily, cutting off his life force. This third King God Realm expert was turned into a charred body and was blown away. The others on the scene were numb. The experts who were fighting with Lu Ming were almost scared to death. Retreat! Retreat! They screamed crazily, retreating like crazy. Lu Ming was a demon, an invincible demon. No matter how strong they were, they would be devoured by Lu Ming. It's too late to retreat now. Die! Lu Ming roared, dashing forward. Lu Ming, you want to die. At this moment, a furious voice arose. Then a sword light cut through the void, slashing toward Lu Ming. That sword light was 10,000 zhang long. Its power was earth-shaking. When the sword light appeared, the earth and sky trembled. It crazily pressed down on Lu Ming. That's... Facing that sword, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He didn't have time to chase after the others. He used all of his strength to resist that sword light. Boom. Lu Ming punched out with all his strength. In an instant, more than a dozen lightning bolts shot out from his fist. The lightning bolts intertwined and shot towards the sword light. The lightning and the sword light collided heavily with each other. It was as if two planets had collided with each other. A monstrous force erupted, engulfing everything in its path. The surrounding people all retreated frantically, afraid that they would be dragged in. Bang bang bang, then, more than a dozen lightning bolts collapsed one after another, turning into energy and disappearing. As for that sword light, it was also trembling unceasingly. However, it was still stronger. Although its power was weakening, it did not collapse. After the lightning was completely extinguished, the sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming, slashing at Lu Ming's fist. Dang, an intense explosion sounded out as Lu Ming felt a terrifying power rush out from the sword light, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble, and he was forced back thousands of meters. How powerful! Fourth King God Layer. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body. When the sword light dispersed, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. At this moment he was staring at Lu Ming with his cold eyes. He wished he could kill Lu Ming in one strike. A terrifying sword light shot out from his body, piercing through the sky. It was 100,000 zhang tall. Fourth King God Layer. You have also broken through to the fourth King God Layer. Impossible. Impossible. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan shouted in disbelief. First, the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan had broken through to the fourth King God Layer. Now, the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo had also broken through to the fourth King God Layer. What was going on? What fourth King God Layer? The Kongshin school and the Ice Spirit clan were all frightened. The patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo had also broken through to the fourth King God Layer. Now their opponents had 3 fourth King God Layer experts. How could they fight against them? The excitement they had felt when Lu Ming had shown his invincible strength had disappeared. That's right. Fourth King God Layer. Today you won't be able to cause any trouble. The sect master of the indestructible swordsmanship sect stared at Lu Ming. As he blinked, streams of sword aura shot out. Lu Ming, I admit that I underestimated you. Not only is your strength beyond my imagination, but you also have the help of a powerful metallic life form. However, your fate today is already decided. It can't be changed. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo continued. His voice was cold. Just now he had already tested Lu Ming's fighting strength. If he hadn't broken through to the fourth King God Layer, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lu Ming. However, now that he had broken through to the fourth King God Layer, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Is that so? Although you're strong, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me. Lu Ming said. Although the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo was strong, he wasn't as strong as the Winged Clan's fourth King God Layer expert. Back then, at the 9 Extremes Heavenly King Mansion, Lu Ming had also worn the armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into. He had exchanged blows with a 4th-tier King God Realm expert. At that time Lu Ming had been injured. Even Qiuqiu's armor had been broken. This time Lu Ming had only been pushed back. His qi and blood were surging. Lu Ming was right. It wouldn't be easy for the patriarch to kill him. Is that so? What if you add me? A cold voice arose. Then the dean of the Mystic Academy stepped forward. He stood next to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, releasing a terrifying aura. His aura wasn't any weaker than the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. Add me? As soon as the dean of the Mystic Academy stepped forward, the sacred master of the immeasurable Holy Land also stepped forward. He stood next to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy, surrounding Lu Ming. His aura was also terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than the two in front of him. Fourth King God Layer. You're all in the fourth King God Layer. Impossible. How can you all break through to the fourth king god lair? The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan shouted in disbelief. He vaguely felt that they had fallen into a trap today. The others were also shocked, especially the experts of the top sections. Their faces were even more unsightly. The patriarchs of the three overlords had all broken through to the fourth king god lair. To the Qintian Star area, this was going to change drastically. In the future, the top forces would have no way to resist the three overlords. Even the experts of the Flaming Flame clan frowned. In the past, only the Flaming Flame clan and the Ice Spirit clan had fourth king god lair experts. Now, the three overlords all had fourth king god lair experts. There would be many variables in the future. The faces of the Kongshan school and the Ice Spirit clan paled. They were terrified. The difference in strength was too great. Would they really be unable to escape death today? Holy Sun Lu Ming, if you have the chance to escape, you must escape. Your talent is rare. As long as you escape, the Kongshan school will have hope to rise again. Wuxia secretly transmitted to Lu Ming. With the strength Lu Ming had just displayed, if he didn't care about others and risked his life to break out, he might be able to escape. I, Lu Ming, am not the kind of person who would ignore others and escape alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued, moreover, there's no need to escape when facing these people. Chapter 3101. No. Wuxia was startled. Could it be that Lu Ming still had a trump card? Looking at Lu Ming's confident expression, Wuxia didn't say anything else. Your cultivation can't have broken through in such a short time. You must have taken a king breakthrough pill, right? Lu Ming glanced at the sect master of the Indestructible Sword sect and the other two and spoke calmly. The three from the Invincible Kenzo were startled. Lu Ming, why do you care how we broke through? As long as we can kill you, that's enough, said the Mystic Academy's dean coldly. Haha, ridiculous. According to what I know, although the king breakthrough pill can help you break through in a short time, the price is that you'll exhaust your potential. You'll never be able to break through again, said Lu Ming. The expressions of the sect master of the Indestructible Sword sect and the others changed drastically. They didn't know that the king breakthrough pill had such a side effect. However, they quickly regained their composure. With their talent, it was already difficult for them to break through. They might have been stuck in the third layer of the God King realm for the rest of their lives. Now that they could break through to the fourth layer, it was worth it. Even if they couldn't break through in the future, they would still be overlords of the Qintian Star Zone. The Qintian Star Zone doesn't have a king breakthrough pill. Tell me who gave you the king breakthrough pill? Asked Lu Ming loudly. You're about to die, so you talk too much. There are some things you don't have the qualifications to know. The sect master of the Indestructible Swordsmanship sect shouted coldly. His aura was violent, and a terrifying sword force locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Even if the other party did not reply, he could guess that the king-breaking elixir was most likely given by the Jin family and the Winged Man family. It was inconvenient for them to send their own experts over. Therefore, they wanted the forces of the Qintian Star sector to kill Lu Ming. Come. Just the three of you aren't enough. Scarlet Flame Race, come at me together. Lu Ming looked at the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch. He wanted to eliminate the enemy's core strength in one fell swoop. Arrogant. You overestimate yourself. The sect master of the Invincible Kenzo and the dean of the Mystic Academy shouted coldly and made their moves. A beam of sword gleam cut through the sky and charged toward Lu Ming in a mighty manner. At the same time, the dean of the Mystic Academy struck out with his palm. A demonic palm covered a radius of 1,000 miles as it slammed towards Lu Ming. The two overlords of the Qin Heavenly Star Field attacked at the same time. Their strength was earth-shattering, and no one in the Qin Heavenly Star Field could ignore them. Swish Lu Ming used the Nine Heavens Kunping technique, transformed into a huge Kunpeng, and rushed in a direction. You want to leave? Stay, shouted the Winged Devil Academy's dean. Devilish chi surged, and his devilish palm rapidly grew in size as it shot toward Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming bellowed and punched out. Streaks of lightning burst out from his fist. The lightning interweaved and blasted towards the devil palm. Boom! The lightning struck the demonic palm, causing it to vibrate violently. In the end, a hole was blasted open. Lu Ming dashed through it and skyrocketed into the starry sky. I already said that you can't kill me. Lu Ming laughed as he flew. Chase! Roared the invincible Kenzo's master. He turned into a ray of sword light and chased. At the same time, the Winged Devil Academy's dean and the Boundless Sacred Grounds sacred master chased after him. Today they absolutely couldn't let Lu Ming escape. If Lu Ming didn't die, it wouldn't be long before his power surpassed theirs. On the other side, the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch's expression changed. He soared into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. His thoughts were similar to the others. They had to kill Lu Ming. They couldn't allow Lu Ming to rise. So he didn't hesitate to join the ranks of those attacking Lu Ming. Despicable! Roared Wuxia, the Ice Soul Race's patriarch, and the others. The Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch and the Winged Devil Academy's dean were actually joining hands to deal with a junior. They were truly shameless. But they couldn't interfere. They could only worry. They're finally attacking together? No one noticed that the corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. What he wanted was for the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch to attack together so he could catch them all in one fell swoop. The reason he had pretended to flee was to draw the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch's attention. Lu Ming's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. As soon as Lu Ming stopped, the Winged Devil Academy's dean and the others immediately chased after him. The 4 experts surrounded Lu Ming. "Let's see where you can run now," roared the Winged Devil Academy's dean. "Don't waste words with him. Attack together and kill him," shouted the invincible Kenzo's master. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel confident facing a junior like Lu Ming. He wished he could immediately kill Lu Ming. Only then would he be at ease. "I've been waiting for you." Lu Ming sneered and a small pagoda flew out of his hand. This small pagoda was the king pagoda that Blue Merchant had given him. As soon as the king pagoda flew out, it rapidly grew in size and emitted profound fluctuations. It immediately enveloped the Winged Devil Academy's dean, the invincible Kenzo's master, the Boundless Sacred Land's sacred master, and the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch. Once they were enveloped by the king pagoda, their divine energy fluctuated and their auras weakened. "What's going on? What kind of treasure is this?" The 4 of them roared in fright. They had never seen a treasure like the king pagoda before. A treasure like the king subduing pagoda was rare even in the Qintian star area. Most of them could only affect low-level king god kings in the 1st or 2nd king god layers. There were very few that could affect 4th-level god kings. This was something that Blue Merchant had personally refined. Kill? Lu Ming took this chance to attack the Winged Devil Academy's dean. Qiuqiu turned into a suit of armor. Its power was completely under Lu Ming's control. Lu Ming clenched his fist and endless lightning filled the air. It turned into a lightning spear that pierced towards the Winged Devil Academy's dean. The Winged Devil Academy's dean roared and used his full strength to attack. However, his star core was suppressed by the king pagoda. When he tried to use his divine energy, he was met with great resistance. He could only use 60 to 70% of his strength to attack. However, the Winged Devil Academy's dean had relied on the king breakthrough pill to forcibly break through. Furthermore, he had just broken through, so his foundation wasn't stable. Although he was a 4th-level god king, he was one of the weakest among them. He couldn't block Lu Ming and Qiuqiu's attack. Boom. The lightning spear directly pierced through the Winged Devil Academy's dean's demonic palm. The spear didn't stop and flashed past. Boom. The spear directly pierced through the Winged Devil Academy's dean's forehead. The Winged Devil Academy's dean stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, with a miserable shriek, his body exploded. Countless tiny bolts of lightning shot out of his body. The Winged Devil Academy's dean had died. The people who witnessed this scene were almost frightened to death. The Winged Devil Academy's dean and overlord of the Qintian Starfield had died just like that. He had been killed by a junior. Chapter 3102. Kill? After killing the Winged Demon Academy's dean, Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. His figure flickered as he charged toward the invincible Kenzo sect master. Not good. The invincible Kenzo sect master's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated, not daring to clash head-on with Lu Ming. However, under the suppression of the king subduing pagoda, his strength was greatly reduced just like the Winged Demon Academy's dean. Even his speed was greatly reduced. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was not affected at all. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the sect master of the indestructible sword sect. The lightning spear condensed again and he charged toward the sect master of the indestructible sword sect. Block it for me. The invincible Kenzo sect master roared as he slashed out with his sword with all his strength. Boom. The lightning spear collided with the invincible Kenzo sect master's sword light, causing a shocking explosion. Countless tiny bolts of lightning and sword chi shot out in all directions. Then the invincible Kenzo sect master's sword light violently vibrated and exploded with a boom. The lightning spear didn't stop as it continued to stab toward the invincible Kenzo sect master. The invincible Kenzo roared as it frantically used its remaining strength to dodge to the side. However, it was still a step too late. Half of its body was struck and exploded. The invincible Kenzo sect master was heavily injured and frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? Sizzle! Lu Ming punched out, and a total of 7 lightning bolts as thick as a human waist shot toward the invincible Kenzo sect master, enveloping him within. I'm not willing to accept this. The invincible Kenzo sect master roared as he turned into ashes amidst the lightning. Another Overlord-level character had been killed. Run! Run! At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Patriarch and the Boundless Sacred Grounds Sacred Leader were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. The two of them fled in 2 different directions. Lu Ming did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately chased after the Scarlet Flame Patriarch. Comparatively speaking, he would rather let go of the Boundless Sacred Grounds Sacred Master than the Flame Clan's Patriarch. The King's Suppression Pagoda enveloped the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and followed him like a shadow. He couldn't escape at all and was quickly caught up by Lu Ming. As for the immeasurable Sacred Grounds Sacred Master, he had escaped the range of the King's subduing pagoda. People of the immeasurable Holy Land, follow me. Retreat. Boundless Holy Land's Holy Lord roared. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, so he no longer dared to oppose Lu Ming. He called out to the people of Boundless Holy Land and madly flew out of the star system, disappearing without a trace. Let's go, let's go. Retreat. The people of the Winged Demon Academy and the invincible Kenzo no longer had the heart to stay after seeing their principals and sect masters killed. They all began to flee. Don't let them escape. Kill them. The Ice Soul Patriarch was an extremely decisive person. How could he let go of this opportunity? He roared and charged towards the 2 great sections. The immeasurable Holy Land had fled. As for the Winged Demon Academy and the invincible Kenzo, many of their experts had been killed by Lu Ming, especially the few third-layer Godly King experts. They were all killed by Lu Ming. No one could stop the Ice Soul Patriarch. The other experts of the Ice Soul Patriarch charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe. A chaotic battle unfolded. The Ice Soul Patriarch was invincible. He killed the invincible Kenzo and several Godly King experts of the Winged Demon Academy in a few moves. At this moment, Lu Ming caught up with the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. Ancestors, save me. The Patriarch of the Flaming Tribe shouted in horror. He wanted to call the Flaming Ancestor to save him, but the Ancestor of the Flaming Tribe couldn't leave because the Ancestor of the Ice Soul Clan was attacking him with all his might. The 2 ancestors were locked in a fierce battle. After Lu Ming caught up with the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch, he launched a fierce attack. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch had also broken through after consuming a King Breakthrough Pill. He was on the same level as the Winged Demon Academy's Dean and the invincible Kenzo's Patriarch. He couldn't stop Lu Ming's attacks. After enduring 2 moves with all his might, he was killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's storage ring. Then he charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and the Ice Soul Patriarch were engaged in a fierce battle. When he saw Lu Ming charging towards him, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch was almost scared to death. He fought with all his might, trying to escape. However, the Ice Soul Patriarch knew that this was the best time to kill the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. How could he let him escape? The Ice Soul Patriarch risked his own injuries to tie down the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. He set up countless ice mountains in the sky to block the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. Those who cultivated ice-attributed divine power were more effective in intercepting the Patriarch. Get lost. Get lost. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch kept roaring. His body was like a star as he launched crazy attacks, trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. One by one the icebergs exploded, but immediately more icebergs formed in their place. At this moment Lu Ming arrived. The King Subduing Pagoda emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's aura suddenly weakened. His star core was greatly suppressed. However, the Ice Soul Patriarch was completely fine. How could the Ice Soul Patriarch miss this opportunity? He formed an ice sword and slashed out. Boom. Half of the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's body was severely injured. Lu Ming didn't even need to do anything. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and the Ice Soul Patriarch's strength were originally on par. Now that the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch was suppressed by the King Subduing Pagoda, his strength was greatly weakened. He wasn't a match for the Ice Soul Patriarch at all. After being heavily injured in one move, The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch barely managed to block a few moves before he was killed by the Ice Soul Patriarch. At this point, the boundless sacred ground had escaped. The Scarlet Flame Tribe, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Winged Demon Academy's top experts had all fallen. As for the other top sects, they had long since fled. Lu Ming and the others couldn't be bothered to care about them. Young friend Lu Ming, many thanks. The Ice Soul Patriarch cupped his fists and thanked Lu Ming. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Let's deal with the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy first. Lu Ming said. Okay. The Ice Soul Patriarch nodded and charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe. Although there were still some experts among the Scarlet Flame Tribe that were fighting with the Ice Soul Patriarch, the situation was completely one-sided with the Ice Soul Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's experts were killed one after another by the Ice Soul Patriarch. Lu Ming controlled the King's Suppression Pagoda and charged towards the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy. There weren't many experts left from the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy. Some of them had been killed by the Ice Soul Patriarch, so there were even fewer left. There was almost no suspense in this battle. Not long after, the experts of the major forces were killed one by one, especially those above the Divine King realm. They were all killed. Only a few of them managed to escape. However, some heavenly gods managed to escape, but the top experts of these sects were all slaughtered. They were only in name now. Soon they would be occupied by other sections. From then on, the situation of the Qintian star field would change drastically. Not long after, the area finally quieted down. The battle had come to an end. Chapter 3103. The battle had come to an end. In the end, the experts of the Winged Demon Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Flame Tribe had all been killed. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch of the Ice Soul Clan laughed heartily. He was overjoyed. The Ice Soul Clan had benefited greatly from this battle. Not only had they eliminated the Dark Ice Tribe, but they had also eliminated their archenemy, the Flame Tribe. After leaving this place, he could lead his army to invade the Flame Tribe's territory. From then on, the Ice Soul Clan would become stronger and stronger. It would not be impossible for them to return to their former glory. The other members of the Ice Soul Clan were also smiling. Not only the Ice Soul Clan but everyone in the Kongshan school was also happy. After this battle, the Winged Demon Academy and the Invincible Kenzo had been eliminated. Of the three overlords, only the Boundless Sacred Land was left. Although the Boundless Sacred Land was stronger than before, the Kongshan school had Lu Ming. They would most likely surrender obediently. In the future, the Qin 13 sects would be led by the Kongshan school. How could they not be happy? Just as everyone was happily cleaning up the battlefield, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He raised his head and shouted, "Who is it?" Whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, a pitch-black blade light slashed down from the sky. The blade light was extremely fast. It was not aimed at Lu Ming but the Ice Soul Clan's forefather. The Ice Soul Clan's forefather's expression changed drastically. He roared and unleashed all his divine power. He pushed his hands out and instantly set up dozens of ice walls above his head. However, when the pitch-black blade light slashed down, the ice walls shattered one after another. In an instant, the dozens of ice walls were all cut open. The blade light did not stop and slashed toward the Ice Soul Clan's forefather. Puchi. There was a flash of blood as the Ice Soul Clan's forefather was cut in half. Fortunately, the Ice Soul Clan's forefather had avoided being hit in the head at the critical moment. Only his body was hit, but he was still severely injured. 5th level King God Realm. The Ice Soul Clan's forefather shouted in horror. He could sense that the attacker was a 5th level King God Realm cultivator. What? 5th King God Layer? The others were also shocked. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Following that, several black-robed figures appeared in the sky. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there was a total of 18 black-robed men. They were scattered in all directions, keeping a distance from each other. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, locking onto everyone present, especially Lu Ming. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Even the weakest of them was no weaker than the Ice Soul Clan's old ancestor. The weakest one is in the 4th King God Realm. The face of the Ice Spirit Clan's old ancestor was deathly pale. The others were just as horrified. Among the 18 black-cloaked men, the lowest cultivation base was at the 4th sky of King God Realm. Some of them had a terrifying aura, which was several times stronger than the 4th sky of King God Realm. That was definitely a cultivator of the 5th God King layer or above. Why would so many experts appear here all of a sudden? Furthermore, they didn't seem to be here with good intentions. I thought we didn't have to do anything. Who would have thought that those people would be so weak? One of the black-cloaked men said coldly. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, everyone could feel his cold gaze fixed on Lu Ming. It seems like you're here to kill me? Lu Ming asked. You're quite smart. Not bad, but you can also get rid of everyone here. The black-cloaked man said, his voice filled with murderous intent. The people of the Aisol clan and the Kongshan school turned pale. If these experts wanted to kill them, they were dead meat. Although Lu Ming had the king subduing pagoda, how could he deal with so many experts? Who sent you guys here? The Jin family? The Winged family? No, it can't be. Lu Ming paused for a moment. His eyes glittered as he said, Are you sent by the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal? The black-cloaked men remained silent. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. The Jin family, the Winged family, and the Qin family were all being watched by the Wu family. It was impossible for them to send so many experts here without anyone noticing. There was only one possibility. They were sent by the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. Perhaps this time he could find the culprit. Who was it? Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack and kill them to prevent more trouble. Another black-cloaked man said coldly. Then he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The power of this slash was earth-shattering. It was several times stronger than the slash that was aimed at the ancestor of the Aisol clan. This person's cultivation had probably surpassed the 5th layer of the Divine King realm and reached the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. Facing such an expert, Lu Ming couldn't do anything. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Only death awaited him. However, Lu Ming still had Guillemot by his side. Guillemot hadn't made a move before. He had even allowed the boundless sacred ground's sacred leader to escape. Senior Guillemot, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming sent a message to Guillemot through telepathy. Finally, you want me to make a move? Guillemot chuckled. Then he appeared in front of Lu Ming and flicked his finger. Boom. As Guillemot flicked his finger, the air exploded violently. An extremely terrifying energy rushed forward. The black-cloaked man's saber light was like a piece of paper. It crumbled under the terrifying energy. Then the energy moved toward the black-cloaked man. The black-robed man only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his body was turned into ashes by the force. Guillemot had killed a 6th layer of the Divine King realm expert with a flick of his finger. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone, including the remaining black-cloaked men, looked at Guillemot in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A terrifying expert was killed by Guillemot with a flick of his finger. What kind of existence was he? Not good. There's a terrifying expert on the other side. Retreat. One of the black-cloaked men reacted and shouted. They clearly knew that the man in the black cloak was a genuine expert of the 6th King God layer. If he could kill a 6th King God layer expert with a flick of his finger, he had to be at least of the 8th King God layer or even higher. Facing such an expert, no matter how many of them there were, only death awaited them. These black-cloaked men were very decisive. Their bodies flickered and they rushed in a direction. They wanted to escape. Trying to escape under my nose? Ridiculous. Guillemot said coldly. Then he opened his mouth and sucked. Huff. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force burst out from Guillemot's mouth. It swept across the sky and enveloped all the black-cloaked men. The flying figures of the black-robed men immediately stiffened. Then they flew backwards towards the Bone Devil's mouth. Chapter 3104. Ah! These black-robed people screamed in fright. Then they attacked with all their might. Terrifying attacks burst out one after another. However, as soon as they attacked, their attacks automatically dissipated. Then, one by one, the black-robed men flew into the Bone Demon's mouth and disappeared. Leave some of them for questioning. Lu Ming shouted. He was afraid that the Bone Demon would swallow them all. The Bone Devil nodded and sucked. The dozen or so black-robed men flew into its mouth and were devoured. Only 2 of them were left, but their cultivation bases were crippled and they fell to the ground. The Ice Spirit clan and the Kongshan school were dumbfounded. They felt like they were dreaming. Each and every one of the black-robed men was a terrifying existence. Each and every one of them gave them the feeling that they were invincible. Just now, one of them had severely injured the ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan. From the ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan, they knew that the weakest of the black-robed men was in the 4th layer of the King God realm. Any one of these experts was an existence that could move unhindered in the Qintian star field and become the overlord of the Qintian star field. However, all of them had been swallowed by an inconspicuous man beside Lu Ming. And this burly man seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was unfathomable in everyone's eyes. So, he has such a terrifying expert by his side. No wonder he's been so calm all this time. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan muttered. However, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least they were safe. Tell me. Who's behind you? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming came to the last two black-robed men and started interrogating them. Kill us if you want. Don't expect us to say a word. One of the black-robed men said coldly. You're quite stubborn. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he stepped forward, crushing the arm of one of the black-robed men. However, the black-robed man only let out a low roar and coldly stared at Lu Ming, not saying a single word. Lu Ming, it seems like these people are specially trained death-sworn. Their bones are tough and it's almost impossible to get any information out of them. Leave them to me. I'll search their souls. Guamo said. Another death warrior. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Back then in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, he was ambushed by some death warriors when he set off from the Wu clan to the Starry Sky camp. Were the two groups of death warriors sent by the same force? Alright, I'll leave it to you, Lu Ming said. Guamo nodded and stepped forward to search his soul. But when the Bone Devil began to soul search them, the two black-robed men let out miserable screams. Their bodies trembled and then their heads exploded. They directly died. Just as I expected, their souls were placed with a powerful seal. Once their souls are searched, they will explode. Guamo shook his head. Damn it. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. These people were definitely sent by the person who stole the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Unfortunately, the clues were cut off. Ice Tribe leader, pack up. Let's go back. Lu Ming then said to the Ice Spirit Tribe leader. Alright. The Ice Spirit Tribe leader nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Lu Ming's position in his heart was high and untouchable. As long as Lu Ming gave the order, he could easily dominate the Qintian star field. Of course, Lu Ming had no intention of dominating the Qintian star field. After cleaning up the battlefield, they left one after another. After some time, the Ice Spirit Tribe returned to their territory, while Lu Ming and the Kongshan School returned to Kongshan Planet. Not long after, the news of the battle with the Dark Ice Tribe spread like a hurricane throughout the Qintian star field. The entire Qintian star field was shaken. It was as if a strong wind was blowing. Countless people were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Qintian star field was about to change. Sure enough, one of the 3 overlords, the Immeasurable Sacred Ground's sacred leader, personally led people to the Kongshan School and expressed his willingness to follow the Kongshan School's lead and obey the Kongshan School's orders. The Immeasurable Sacred Leader was scared out of his wits by the Dark Ice Tribe. After fleeing back to the Immeasurable Sacred Ground, he could not eat or sleep in peace. Lu Ming's strength was too strong and he was still growing rapidly. Even if he hid in the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and focused on defense, he could not be at ease. Thus he led people to surrender. The enmity between the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and Lu Ming wasn't that great. Lu Ming also couldn't be bothered to exterminate them, so he accepted the Immeasurable Sacred Ground's surrender. As soon as the news spread, the other top sects of the Qintian 13 sects could no longer sit still. They led people to surrender, and all of them surrendered to the Kongshan School. In an instant, the Kongshan School's prestige soared. Of course, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about this. He left it all to Ouyang Qingxiang Yu Wuya and the others. Ouyang Qingxiang Yu Wuya and the others were also very fast. After the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and the other sects surrendered, they immediately gathered these sects and launched an attack on the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy's territory. There was no suspense at all. Almost all of the God King realm experts of the Winged Devil Academy and the Invincible Kenzo fell in the battle against the Dark Ice Tribe. Even if there were some left, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the combined forces of the Kongshan School and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. In just a few months, the huge territory that the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy had originally occupied was occupied by the Kongshan School. Naturally, these territories all belonged to the Kongshan School. The original Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy's geniuses either surrendered or fled. For example, the Invincible Kenzo's son, Sword Dao Wuji, had fled, and his whereabouts were unknown. As for Ling Hu Yi, the genius who had competed with Lu Ming in the past, he surrendered and joined the Kongshan School. For a time, the Kongshan School had become the overlord of the Qintian Star Zone. At the same time, the Ice Soul race had also gathered an army and launched an attack on the Flame race. Not long after the Kongshen school had occupied the invincible Kenzo and the Mystic Academy's territories, the Ice Soul race had also completely conquered the Flame race. The Flame race was almost completely annihilated. The remaining members fled across the universe and fled to other star zones. The Qintian star zone had become the domain of the Ice Soul race and the Kongshen school. The two forces had practically divided the vast territory of the Qintian star zone, and all of this was caused by one person, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name resounded throughout the Qintian star zone, and he became a legend. During this time, Lu Ming had taken time to return to the chaotic astral river and brought Lu Shenhuang, ancestral Graygon, 9 lives demonic cicada, and the others to the Qintian star zone to cultivate. They had originally wanted to go out and explore, and now was the right time to come to the Qintian star zone. With Lu Ming's current reputation, many of the Kongshen school's resources would be tilted towards them, and they would improve very quickly. After dealing with Qintian's matters, Lu Ming returned to the Jiuju Heavenly King residence. Now that the matters in the Qintian star zone had been resolved, Lu Ming had to put all his attention on Jing Yu's matter. Chapter 3105. Now Lu Ming's main goal was to deal with Jing Yu's matter. While increasing his strength, he would also prepare for Jing Yu's matter. After a long journey, Lu Ming returned to the starry camp. Boom, boom. Lu Ming saw a huge battle the moment he returned to the starry camp. In the sky, a few young men were fighting fiercely and it was a chaotic battle. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the young men belonged to two different families. How dare you accuse my Lu family of stealing the 9 extinction divine crystal? You're courting death. One of the young men roared. Who else could it be if not your Lu family? The young man who was fighting with him sneered. I said it was your Zhang family who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Your Zhang family is the mastermind. The young man from before shouted. Bullshit. Kill. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle and there were many onlookers in the surroundings. In the end, both sides suffered heavy injuries and were wary of each other. Hence they ended the battle and retreated. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before heading to the place where Blue Merchant lived. You got the 9 extinction divine crystal? Blue Merchant smiled. I got it. Lu Ming smiled and took out the 9 extinction divine crystal and passed it to Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant could pass the 9 extinction divine crystal to the Heavenly King divine guards. After that, there was nothing for him to do. I didn't misjudge you. Lan Shang laughed and sized Lu Ming up carefully. You should have cultivated the Universe 10,000 Tao Sutra, and mastered many kinds of divine-grade divine powers, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat but he soon felt relieved. According to Jing Yu, he had obtained the Universe Myriad Tao technique from an ancient ruin and almost no one knew about it. However, that didn't mean that no one knew about it. Blue Merchant was Jing Yu's teacher and it was normal for him to know about it. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and admitted it. There are advantages and disadvantages to being able to wield multiple types of divine power. The advantage is that it can make your combat strength extremely powerful. Every time you break through a level, your combat strength will skyrocket, far surpassing those of the same level. However, there are also many disadvantages. First, the energy required for cultivation is too much. The speed at which you have improved has already exceeded my expectations. The other thing is that you need to comprehend the divine power of origin. For an ordinary person, it would take them a lifetime to comprehend the divine power of origin. Moreover, you have to comprehend so many different types of divine power. Blue Merchant said all of this in one breath. He paused and pondered for a moment before continuing, therefore, you have to act according to your ability. The amount of divine power you have is not the more you have, but it has to be within your control. If it seriously affects your cultivation, you have to reduce the amount of divine power you cultivate. Alright, Lu Ming understands. Lu Ming nodded. He had discovered this long ago. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not cultivate the other divine-grade techniques that he had obtained. He was afraid that he would bite off more than he could chew. Show me all of the divine powers you have mastered. I want to see how far you have mastered them. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Then he performed the 7 types of divine-grade divine powers that he had mastered one by one. The Sovereign's divine power has already awakened the divine power of origin. The indestructible sword force is 99% awakened. As for the others, there is still a long way to go, Blue Merchant muttered under his breath. Then a jade token appeared in his hand and he handed it to Lu Ming, saying, Among the divine powers you have mastered, I am most familiar with the Sovereign's divine power. The divine power I mastered in the past was also the Sovereign's divine power. Here are some of my cultivation experiences. Take a look. As for the other divine powers, I need some time to prepare. You can go back first and come to me after some time. I will guide you in cultivating the other divine powers. Many thanks, Uncle Lan Shu. Lu Ming received the jade token and quickly expressed his gratitude. He was overjoyed in his heart. Blue Merchant was Jing Yu's teacher in the past. Before the Star Core was destroyed, he was one of the strongest experts in the Taishu dynasty. His strength was unfathomable. With Blue Merchant's cultivation experiences and his guidance, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would definitely increase exponentially. He would not have to take many detours. And you can go back and take a look, Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming bid farewell and left Blue Merchant's residence. He headed back to his own residence. However, when he was near his residence, he saw two young men fighting fiercely. Lu Ming found it strange. Although the space camp was filled with competition, the frequency of fights was not as high. He had just returned and he had already seen several big fights. There were many people watching from the side. Lu Ming immediately saw Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Lu Ming flew over. Lu Ming, you're back. Wu Ming and Wu Yu were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Others also saw Lu Ming, especially the geniuses from the Jin family and the Qin family. There was a flash of surprise in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was most likely going to die in Qingtian Star Field. They did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and had returned to the space camp. This made the other sects feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming ignored the Jin and Qin family sky prides and landed beside Wu Ming and Wu Yu. He asked, "What's going on?" "When I returned, I saw several fights. It's because of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal," Wu Ming said. 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? Lu Ming was surprised. Wasn't the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal given to him to handle in Qingtian Star Field? What did it have to do with these families? Although we know the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, we've confirmed one thing. There's a spy in the 9 Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion who helped outsiders steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. However, this spy was not found. Hence, the families in the 9 Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion began to suspect each other. Especially those families who have a grudge against each other. They accused each other of being the spy and the conflict intensified. Wu Ming explained. Hence, in the space camp, the sky prides of the various families were fighting each other. Outside the space camp, the families were even attacking each other. Some families were in a frenzy. Now, the 9 Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion is in chaos. Wu Yu explained. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal to cause so much trouble. In the air, the two young men exchanged more than 100 blows. In the end, the young man escaped with serious injuries and the battle ended. Lu Ming chatted with Wu Ming and Wu Yu for a while before flying back to his residence. The sky prides of the Jin and Qin families looked at the direction where Lu Ming left with cold eyes. They exchanged a few words and left the space camp. They were most likely going back to report the news. Young master. When Lu Ming returned to his courtyard, Qiu Autumn Moon flew out with a joyful face. She had been worried about Lu Ming going back to Qingtian Star Field alone to steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Now that Lu Ming had returned, she was relieved. Qiu Autumn Moon, you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Autumn Moon and was surprised. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Autumn Moon's cultivation had broken through to the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Chapter 3106. Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached the half-step Divine King realm. When Lu Ming went to Qingtian Star Field, Autumn Moon's cultivation was only at level 9 Heavenly God realm. In addition to the time taken to travel, it had only been a few years. This speed was too exaggerated. Yes. Autumn Moon nodded and said, "It's mainly because I have not digested the last inheritance. That's why my cultivation has progressed so fast." Good. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The faster Autumn Moon progressed, the happier he was. After chatting with Autumn Moon for a while, the two entered their respective rooms to cultivate. However, after Lu Ming entered his room, he could not calm down. His mind was still troubled by the person behind the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Who is this person behind the scenes? What is his purpose? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He had a feeling that the person behind the scenes had instructed the Dark Ice tribe to steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal but did not take it himself. His purpose was definitely not that simple. How can I find out who is behind the scenes? Lu Ming whispered. The person behind the scenes had sent men of sacrifice to kill him several times. Lu Ming would not be at ease until he found out who was behind the scenes. Who knew if he would be assassinated again when he went out in the future? Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would be safe every time. How can I find out who is behind the scenes? Are there any clues that I have overlooked? Lu Ming calmed down and thought quietly. Thoughts flashed across his mind as he recalled the incident of the 9 Extinction God crystal being stolen from him. Wait! Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that he had overlooked an important clue. This clue was the Demon Capital Mountain. In the Demon Capital Mountain, Lu Ming had heard more than once that the Demon Capital Mountain had a backer in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Therefore, no one dared to touch the demonic night spring of the Demon Capital Mountain. Otherwise, with the Dark Night Demon King's cultivation, he would not be able to protect the demonic night spring. It was very obvious that Devil Capital Mountain's backer was very likely the mastermind behind the 9 Extinction God crystal incident. And there must be people who knew who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain was, which was why they didn't dare to make a move. If it was just hearsay, how could those powers resist the temptation of the Devil Night Spring? If that was the case, wouldn't they be able to find the mastermind behind the Demon Capital Mountain as long as they could find out who was backing them? That's right, I actually overlooked such a simple thing. Lu Ming clapped his hands and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had been so focused on the evidence left behind by the Night Devil that he neglected such a simple logical problem. Go ask Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming smiled and secretly left the Starry Sky camp, heading towards the Wu clan. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the Wu residence and saw Wu Zifeng. In a courtyard, Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong sat at a round table. During this period of time, Yu Linglong had been cultivating in the Wu clan. Their cultivation had progressed very quickly and they had both stepped into the heavenly god realm. Zifeng, you should have heard that Devil Capital Mountain has the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion backing them. I've been thinking about something. Since other forces don't dare to have any ideas about the Devil Capital Mountain, they must know who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is. As long as we find out who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is, it would be equivalent to finding the mastermind behind the theft of the 9 Extinction God crystal. Lu Ming said. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Wu Zifeng clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. Does your Wu clan know who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is? Lu Ming asked. I'm afraid I don't know. Wu Zifeng shook his head. You don't know? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, rumor has it that the Devil Capital Mountain has a backer behind them. Other forces don't dare to have any ideas about them. Those forces don't refer to the forces of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Wu Zifeng said. Why do you say that? Lu Ming asked. Although the Devil Capital Mountain's Devil Night Spring is precious, the forces of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion don't put it in their eyes. For example, our Wu clan, Jin clan, Qing clan, etc. Although some of them have heard of the Devil Capital Mountain, they don't put it in their eyes at all. They are too lazy to send people to deal with the Devil Capital Mountain. It's not that they are afraid of their so-called backer. Those forces that are afraid of the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain should be referring to the major forces of the Chu Tian Star Field. Wu Zifeng explained. I see. Lu Ming suddenly understood. The Chu Tian Star Field was close to the Qin Tian Star Field. It was also the border of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Powerful forces like the Wu clan and Jin clan didn't care about the Devil Capital Mountain at all. Naturally, there was no such thing as fear. Those who had ideas about the Devil Capital Mountain and those who were afraid of the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain were only the forces of the Chu Tian Star Field. For example, in the Qin Tian Star Field, if a small force had some kind of treasure, only the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Ice Soul race or the Scarlet Flame race would have their eyes on it. As for the Wu clan and Jin clan, why would they care about the treasure of a small force? Then as long as we find the powerful forces of the Chu Tian Star Field and find out who they are afraid of, wouldn't we know who the mastermind is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. That's right. As far as I know, there are a total of 2 strongest forces in the Chu Tian Star Field. One is the Wind Moon sect, the other is the ancient Han clan. Wu Zifeng said. Alright, I'll make a trip to the Chu Tian Star Field. Lu Ming said. Wait, Brother Lu, I'll find someone familiar with the Chu Tian Star Field to accompany you. After all, the Chu Tian Star Field is too big. Wu Zifeng said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and did not refuse. Having someone to lead the way was better than him searching blindly. Wu Zifeng took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then they chatted while waiting. They did not wait for long before a middle-aged man came to the courtyard. Young master, why are you looking for me? The middle-aged man bowed to Wu Zifeng. Wu Shan, it's like this. Wu Zifeng told him what had happened and said, go to the Chu Tian Star Field with Brother Lu and investigate. Yes, young master. Wu Shan accepted the order and looked at Lu Ming saying, "Young Master Lu, please." "Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go." Lu Ming nodded and said goodbye to Wu Zifeng and Yu Ling long before leaving the Wu clan with Wu Shan. Lu Ming did not return to the Starry Sky camp. He left the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence with Wu Shan and took the teleportation formation to the Chutian star field. On the way, Lu Ming found out that Wu Shan was a 3rd-layer Divine King Realm cultivator. The two of them took the teleportation formation and finally arrived at the Chutian star field. The two biggest forces in the Chutian star field are the Wind Moon sect and the Han family. These two forces have never dared to touch the demon capital mountain. Instead, they often buy the demonic night spring from the demon capital mountain. They definitely know who is behind the demon capital mountain. This place is closer to the Wind Moon sect. Let's go to their headquarters first. Wu Shan suggested. Wu Shan, you're more familiar with this place. You lead the way. Lu Ming said with a smile.